Welcome to the University of the Free State.
Wa amohelwa ho University of the Free State.
Welkom by die Universiteit van die Vrystaat.
Siyakwamukela eNyuvesi yase-Free State.
Situated in the heart of South Africa, my university is a creation of the past, the present, and the future. Across our 3 campuses, 7 faculties have been home to some of the most magnificent minds. Everything we do is rooted in our values of excellence, innovation and impact, accountability, care, social justice, and sustainability. We have been changing the world for more than a century. We continue to pave the way and inspire a fresh stream of knowledge and skill to follow in the footsteps of our scholars and alumni. We hunger for knowledge that will help us to be better and to do better. Our facilities encourage excellence, pulling us towards the light of new insight and ways of applying what we know. We lead by example, advocating sustainability in everything that we do. While we are making a current impact, we are also steering towards the future with the knowledge and skills we need to take the lead. The next years will be especially significant in our growth as our Vision 130 unfolds, which will peak in 2034 when the University of the Free State celebrates 130 years of existence. Vision 130 is our strategic intent to reposition the university for 2034. Join us on this journey. Together, we will go further.
We please settle down. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just looking at the time. We have to start on time because we're in the business of making money. Or what Karl Marx once said, you know, he distinguished between krasmatica, which is money making, and distinguishing between oikonomia, which is household economics. So it's very important that we manage our time, but not for krasmatica, but for oikonomia, which is more sustainable. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to this session, like we did yesterday. Yesterday was just, you know, a reflection of what our students are capable of, the research we have, the presentations, the posters, and it was really, really a very, very important day. But as we continue, ladies and gentlemen, this is our second day. I'm not going to do the official welcoming. That will be done by Professor Philippe Burger. But I think it's very important, ladies and gentlemen, that I just say all protocol observe. But I know our industry partners are actually here today to come and share their insights and collaborate during this important day. So I think this is a very important day for our industry partners to get involved in the discussion of our very important day in terms of our research. It's a day to celebrate, again, knowledge, innovation, and collaboration across boundaries. And that's where we need to transition if you look at interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary. So this event, I need to acknowledge all our partners, our students, postgraduate students online. It's also online and engaging. We have a ticker, ladies and gentlemen. You can just, as I made the announcement yesterday, there's a ticker. You can drop a comment, you know, on that particular ticker, and you can engage with the session. And this is what we want to achieve, is to have an engaging session. But this would not be possible without, you know, the leadership and the support of our deanery. You know, the deanery, this event has been made possible through the deanery with special acknowledgement of Professor Nene. Professor Nene, can you please stand on the stage? As the program director, I can acknowledge, because she's always behind the scenes. So I think it's very important that we acknowledge your contribution. Just stand in front, it's fine, Professor Nene. You can just stand in front. Professor Nene is the Vice Dean Research, and she's organizing this event, and we are really grateful. And one thing, ladies and gentlemen, in 2023, she made the list of the 28 UFS researchers, top 2% most cited, you know, if you look at the Stanford Elsevier rankings. So she's really leading the discussion on research. She's leading researcher, she's a leader. So can we just give a round of applause for Professor Nene? The nice thing about being program director, you just call people left, right, and center. It's very important that we make these acknowledgements. Ladies and gentlemen, some, again, logistical arrangements. The bathrooms, for those of you who don't know, the bathrooms, if you go out of this door, there's male and female. And I think maybe because now we also, we have non-binary, hopefully we have non-binary bathrooms as well, which is very important. All guests, again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for returning all of your name tags. And with the ticker, again, I'm going to read out the number that you guys can participate on. It's 083-744-2232. That's the number for the WhatsApp online participation and engagement. I will say it again, 083-744-2232. And that's the number that we engage. Very importantly, we are compliant in terms of the POPI Act, Protection of Personal Information Act, which is very important that we are compliant with that. So ladies and gentlemen, I also want to acknowledge, the contributions of the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences, including, for example, the UFS Business School, Industrial Psychology, Economics and Finance, Public Administration and Management, the School of Accountancy, and the Center for Development Support. Without you, as I said yesterday, this event will not be possible. So it's very important that we acknowledge your contribution. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, before I call on Professor Philippe Burger to do the official opening, I just want to give you a brief bio on Professor Philippe Burger, who's also our Dean in Economic and Management Sciences. So Professor Burger is a Professor of Economics at the University of the Free State. He's a non-resident Senior Research Fellow at the United Nations University World Institute for Development Economics Research. So Professor Burger is internationally acclaimed researcher. His book, Getting It Right for South Africa, leading that discourse and see how we can turn around South Africa's economy, I think is a very important contribution. He was 2016-2017 a Fulbright Exchange Scholar at the Center for Sustainable Development at the Earth Institute of Columbia University, and has been a visiting scholar at the International Monetary Fund and seconded to the Organization for Economic Cooperation in Development. Professor Burger began his academic career in 1995. Professor Burger has been, I think he by now has an entity number as well, Prof. If we start counting all the furniture, we need to say, no, you're part of everything, establishing. But nonetheless, he became a professor in 2007. And Professor Burger, can I please take this moment to call you to the stage? Can we please have a warm welcome for Professor Burger?
Good morning, colleagues. Yes, maybe an asset number, but after 30 years, fully depreciated, I suppose so. Colleagues, welcome here this morning. Also our external visitors. Professor Ivan Turok, who is going to talk in a few moments' time. Ivan, welcome here. Also our other external visitors, very, very welcome here. So, yes, it is again a privilege to welcome you all here, academics, industry leaders, government representatives, community partners. We have you all here, and you are all our very valued partners. We value your contributions, your partnerships very, very deeply. These are living relationships. This is not just on paper. So that helps us to shape our teaching, our research, our impact. And yes, we talk about impact this morning, so we need to do that. And partnership really, that old saying, if you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go, if you go fast, rather, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. That is where the spirit of partnership comes in. So we often hear the word knowledge partner, particularly in the case of a university. But what we do not, and the way we do not see this is the university as the knowledge partner, and then we have industry and government partners. That's not how we look at it. For us, we are all knowledge partners. It's just the types of knowledge that differ. And that is why we are suitable as partners, because we bring different things to the table. If you think about patents that the private sector has, production processes, business processes, all of those are basically just algorithms that structure information. That is what create these knowledge systems, and we all, as different partners, manage different knowledge systems. And that is how we then fit together. We augment each other as partners. You know, and there's this other saying that says wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. And in that sense, if we want to embrace that baobab tree, we need to do so together to solve all our complex problems that we face as a country, as a world indeed. So the overarching theme, research for societal impact, charting Africa's future towards sustainable development. Now, sustainable development is something that is close to all our hearts. I can also just, put out a little ad for, in a week and a half's time, we have Professor Jeffrey Sachs here in this very venue. At 2 o'clock on the 18th, he will be here to do a talk, a prestige lecture, and on how to get Africa's economic growth going. So if you are interested, please let us know. You are more than welcome to attend, and my colleagues, I will see you there. But Jeff is one of the driving people behind the Sustainable Development Goals and the Millennium Development Goals before that. The day before he's in Lesotho, the day after he's at the G20. So I had the privilege of spending time with him in 2016 and 17 when I was at the Earth Institute. It's really something one can learn. But to us, when we talk about sustainable development, being in the generational thing, we train students, we prepare the next generation. When you look at that original definition of sustainable development that goes back to the Brundtland report that is 40 years old this year, it defines sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So that is what we are here. We prepare these future generations to meet their own needs, and we do research and we look into how we are not going to live up all the resources today and then send the bill to the future, to the bill to the kids. So in that sense, sustainable futures, and that's the sort of impact that we want to make. Because we are indeed a continent that's rich in resources, talents, innovation. We're placing a big focus on innovation. But what we also look at, and that is something that we in South Africa really needs, is to move from insight to implementation. We are a country great at forming plans. We are not a country great at implementing those plans. We've seen from the RDP to the NDP and beyond, and we now need to get to the beyond, that we need to really create these solutions and see how we are going to do that. So universities have a critical role to play in all of this. We are indeed the incubators of ideas and innovations, and we collaborate with industry and government to design these innovations that address these real-world challenges, whether these are economic policies, business processes, community development. This is how we turn knowledge into impact, to make that difference. I often try to get away from the word impact and to say, okay, what's the difference that you make? How will things look different once you've done what you are doing? So this is how we need to be looking at getting to be responsible and to be resilient. So in that sense, the faculty values its partnerships highly. Today we have industry partners, we have government partners, we have community partners. Not present today are our international academic partners, but we engage with them online, also by exchanging visits, them visiting us. We had the Riga University of Technical University here 2-3 weeks ago. On a lighter note, when I took them to a dinner that night and I asked what they wanted to drink, the professor there, she said to me, that thing with the elephants. So we got the Amarula. But we will visit them probably next year. But I can also inform the colleagues here that we are, as a faculty, designing and next year with Salzburg University of Applied Sciences, as well as Bremen University, we're going to design joint degrees. So where we have one degree that is offered by both institutions. And that is really something that we want to partner with and to take forward. So, but informing all of that is our research. To us, research is a verb. It is something you do. And the same goes for partnerships. Partnering is a verb. And it's a continuous verb. Okay? You need to do that daily. It's not something you do once. So that is why we are very happy and lucky to have you here today as our partners and to talk, to exchange knowledge, because we are knowledge partners, and through keeping the conversation alive, because that is what research is. It is a conversation. So therefore, I would like to welcome our partners, Chris Ulofse from the Office of the Premier, Marius Volskenk from Nedbank, Olubogeng Motse of OFM, Marita Leroux from Child Welfare and Childline Free State, Rian Mabuta and Kedibone Sone from SAICA, and Dr. Christo Jacobs, an industrial organizational psychologist. Colleagues, very welcome here. We're looking towards your inputs. We value those inputs. And to conclude, you know, they say a single bracelet does not jingle. So I like all these bracelets here today. So let's jingle and let's keep that conversation going. Thank you so much.
You see the advantage of being short. You get a new skill in terms of technicalities, you know, how to operate these things. Because it trains you to be innovative and always thinking about how to navigate these complexities. Ultimately, you know, looking at the relativity, as Einstein said, you know, everything is relative. So I navigate these complexities. But nonetheless, thank you, Professor Burger, for your wisdom, your words. And I think you touch on important points in terms of our knowledge creation, especially in terms of co-creation, that we see our partners, you know, in the past, you see your partners as we conduct research for them, but in post-positivism, you know, if you look at, for example, the importance of participatory action research, it makes it very important that you participate and acknowledge your partners as knowledge creators. And especially in the knowledge economy, because knowledge changes so quickly, and that within the particular context of the African context, where we also need to look in terms of sustainable development goals, but ultimately to our own continental goal of Agenda 2063, and where we're heading in that particular aspect. So thank you, Professor Burger, for those remarks and actually leading, you know, this faculty where we need to be and having that particular foresight. It is now a pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Ivan Turok, who will speak on the impactful research through strategic alliances with key stakeholders. Professor Turok holds the Department of Science and Innovation, National Research Foundation Research Chair in the City Region Economies at the University of the Free State. He's also honorary professor at the University of Glasgow and an honorary research fellow at the Human Science Research Council. He's an editor of Area Development and Policy and Development Southern Africa and a former editor-in-chief in regional studies. He recently chaired the City Planning Commission for Durban. So Professor Turok is the author of over 100 of academic publications, including journal articles, book chapters, and books. His expertise includes urbanization, economic development, agglomeration dynamics, affordable housing, land markets, spatial planning, and urban policy. Ladies and gentlemen, this reminds me of a famous quote by Isaac Newton, who once said, "If I see further than anyone else, it's because I stood on the shoulders of giants. And I can conclude that Professor Ivan Turok is a giant indeed. He's a giant amongst men, and he will gladly share his expertise in guiding us as a knowledge partner. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Ivan Turok.
Thank you very much for those very generous remarks. Welcome. It's great to be here and to see you all. This is such a nice venue, and I haven't actually seen it from this perspective before, so I've just noticed the sculptures and so on the back. So this is really important for universities, as has already been emphasized. I'm going to start with a few introductory comments. Then I want to tell a bit of a story to bring life to these broader points about impact. Impact is inherently difficult. When we talk about it making a difference, as Philippe says, it's very difficult because most of what you want to change is outside your control, particularly as an academic. There's only a limit to what the variables under your control. Imagine, I'm an extreme example perhaps, Donald Trump. He's in our thoughts a lot these days for all sorts of reasons. Donald Trump, his interest in scientific evidence has been proven to be negligible, right? He's not interested in the evidence. It's an extreme example of how under COVID, this was very glaringly obvious. He wanted to dismiss the head of the health advisory group because it contradicted what he wanted to do about COVID. But it's just a symptom of the general difficulty that there are all sorts of other things going on in the world that in which evidence only plays a small part. So it means there's no magic formula for having an impact. There are certain things under our control as researchers, as academics, and we need to do the best we can with those, and I want to draw out some of those ideas, but most of the time it's beyond our control, which can be very frustrating, but it's a fact of life, of course. The other key point is that often you're not aware of any impact that you might have had, because the audience that you're dealing with don't actually communicate back to you that whether or not your research has been useful, has made a difference. So there's no feedback loop, and therefore there's no way of learning, actually. It's very difficult to learn what makes a difference. So this is really important, this discussion today. The second point is that there are different kinds of impact, of course. Policy impact is what I want to talk about, trying to influence government policy and make a difference through government. But there are other social actors, some of whom are here today, the private sector, communities, indeed the academic community. Some of what we do is trying to influence our colleagues within our own institution and in other institutions too. So different kinds of impact, that's worth bearing in mind. A third key point is that you can think about impact in terms of a sort of push model, a supply push model, where knowledge hopefully drives some wider implementation, as Philippe put it. Or is another way round, actually, which is a sort of demand pull model, where you work with, and this I think is where partnerships are so vital, you work with the knowledge users in order to feed in relevant knowledge, relevant evidence, relevant information. And ultimately, I'm going to suggest we need a bit of both. It's not an either-or. The supply push approach is risky because there may be no audience, there may be no appetite for the knowledge you're generating. On the other hand, if all you are doing is responding to other people's agendas, then you're not in many ways shaping that very much. You may simply be providing at worst consultancy, right? So we need to find a balance of both. And the last introductory point is that question of how far do you go to supply the knowledge and the information that your audience wants. How far, how much into the detail, into the weeds do you get? So a quick, very, very challenging issue about the extent to which, because many policymakers in my experience get frustrated by academics giving them the broad brush of what needs to be done, but the devil's in the detail, they say. Spell it out. What exactly? How do we make the change? So there's a tension there, another tension in this issue of impact. And so, putting it simply, you can take a horse to water, you can give it the broad ideas, but you can't make it drink. So, how far do you go to try and get that horse to drink? So I want to refer to a single example of research on a sustained theme that I've been involved with, in fact, for more than 10 years, to illustrate 6 particular themes that are under our control. And the story I want to tell is about urbanization, which is very close to my heart, and urban development. It's a story of how a city has changed its housing policy, and indeed it's changed its approach to managing the growth of the city. From a decade ago, when it was all about urban sprawl, growing outwards, to now a story where the city has acknowledged the need to grow inwards and upwards, because it's not sustainable to allow this spreading outwards of growth. And that's a challenge for every city in South Africa, in Africa. It's a massive challenge of how do we manage rapid urbanization affecting this continent. So the 6 key themes I want to refer to are, firstly, the importance of staying power, building credibility as a researcher, and not looking for quick wins, because it's very hard to get a magic, sudden, dramatic impact. It's about staying the course, doing work that you believe in, and in this experience, it has taken time, but has ultimately delivered some interesting results. It's about independent exploratory research, blue skies research, which adds value through new insights and new evidence. So it is a little bit about the supply push, coming to it with a fresh perspective as a researcher, but also being relevant and problem-driven, which is the demand pull side, while trying to be conceptual about it, trying to think broadly about this problem, about the issue, rather than simply providing a consultancy-type service. Then it's about fundamentally building trusting relationships with the key people one is trying to influence. Relationships are critical to understanding, to building trust, to understand, finding each other. It's about the power of collaboration with other stakeholders. This has been a real new insight and experience for me as a researcher, to collaborate with non-academics in civil society to bring pressure to bear on the public sector to change the way they do things. So collaboration with all kinds of stakeholders is really important, and that's possibly the most important message I want to bring today. The knowledge itself is not sufficiently powerful often to change policy. And then it's about an iterative, engaged process. It's not the linear process that historically has shaped universities, actually, where you produce the great, brilliant patents which are then commercialized and applied in practice. That is one model, but it's pretty rare in my experience. It's a more iterative learning process, refining as you go along in order to achieve this impact. So the story starts with South Africa's housing policy. We inherited the democratic government in '94, a terrible housing backlog, of course. And the response was essentially to create a mass housing program. Housing was actually one of the key cornerstones of the ANC's legitimacy in coming to power in '94, because of the massive problems of housing in our cities. And it promised 5 million houses, ultimately 1 million in the first 5 years, It was a mass program, RDP housing program. I've been studying cities all my life, and when I first learnt about this, I realized that this isn't the way you build a sustainable, productive, or inclusive city. A mass housing program with this narrow focus on delivery. So the assumption in the RDP program was that people would come out of informal settlements, the government would give them free houses, and they would live happily ever after, right? It was the informal would be solved by the formal provision of decent, basic dwelling units. The reality has been the opposite, in fact. So RDP housing, this is was a RDP estate north of Johannesburg, Diepsloot. The government provided, in fact, it almost reached 1 million in 5 years, these mass housing units in peripheral townships. And then in many cases, very rapidly, these places became completely transformed through people building backyard structures of various kinds. And you can imagine the consequences for the infrastructure, for the schools, the health, the clinics, and the other services in these settlements, when suddenly the population grows perhaps 5 times or more. So something happened. The planning of these RDP housing settlements clearly had no concept of the real world, because the outcome was so different and so quickly. This is a very, very dynamic phenomenon. That was Johannesburg, this is Cape Town. This is the best located township in Cape Town. It's called Joe Slovo Park in the top left. Again, despite the fantastic location of this settlement, the government put their formulaic RDP housing structures on the ground, as you can see. And then within 20 years, the population of this area has increased 7-fold, right? From, I forget the numbers, but 7-fold increase in the population through all kinds of backyard structures. So this is a fascinating phenomenon of the dynamism of South African cities. In practice, it's a mixed bag in terms of the quality of those structures. So this is the bad, if you like. Top left is a place very like Joe Slovo Park, which I mentioned, called Dunoon in Cape Town, which I would encourage people to go and visit if you get a chance. It's the most densely packed township in the country in physical terms, as you can see, with very little space between these structures. Some of them are shacks, but some of them are proper solid brick and mortar buildings. But this is the mixture. The picture on the right is there's the same building actually a year later below from the picture above. This is a typical of it gives you an insight into the process of what's happening. The people are generating an income from building basic structures in their backyard, and then as they get more rent, incrementally, they are adding another room or another floor. So it's an incremental, haphazard, higgledy-piggledy type of building, right, with external staircases because it's not planned from the beginning. And all of those things you can see are pretty poorly designed, and there's a risk that this kind of structure is going to fall down because it doesn't have solid foundations, and it's built incrementally is the key principle. So much of this is problematic in terms of the quality, the structural integrity, but it's happening very quickly. At the other extreme is some really excellent, very decent, habitable, quality building going on. And these are some examples of blocks of flats, again, in the same kinds of location within our big cities, where people are demolishing the RDP structure and then building, in some cases on the bottom left, building a new 2-story block of about eight units that they will rent out for 3,000 Rand or so a month, providing very decent and dignified accommodation. So this is a very important phenomenon that I first started getting interested in, actually through a kind of evidence-led process, which was, I had a project around the global challenge funded by the NRF, and we decided to look at the 2011 census, what was happening to housing in our cities, and discovered nobody had been writing about this phenomenon. Academics weren't aware of it. We discovered that the fastest growing form of housing in our cities is backyard dwellings. And through that, we wrote an article, a colleague and myself, and some op-eds to say this phenomenon needs to be taken more seriously. What's going on here? We don't understand the dynamics. It's happening very quickly. It's filling in our cities. It's something we don't know much about. And it's certainly totally off the radar screen of government policy. This led to some officials in national government and in the city of Cape Town saying, actually, this is going on in this place in Cape Town called Joe Slovo Park. So they invited me to do a project to look at this very dynamic, well-located township in Cape Town, as to try and unpack a little bit what's happening, what are the economics of this, what are the physical consequences of this, what are the community dynamics behind this. And from that report, we've showed that the city was basically very ambiguous at best, and actually very hostile to this phenomenon, because it was overloading the infrastructure, causing sewage blockages, causing the water network to go down, causing the electricity network to be overloaded with demands on it. It was and causing enormous public waste. People were dumping their waste in public spaces. I should have put some photographs here, but causing a slum basically was being developed very rapidly in this area, and the city didn't know where to begin to tackle the problem. They were throwing a lot of money at it through jetting the sewers when they got blocked with fresh water from their reservoirs. This is the time of day zero. They were having to put steel cages costing R1 million each around all their electricity substations to protect them from encroachment. They were having to pay for very expensive tipper trucks to come in and clear the refuse and put it in other trucks to remove it elsewhere. They were spending a fortune on firefighting in this township. And they said, what do we do? How can we cope with this? Because it's going to explode at some point. We recommended they shift their mindset to try to get ahead of the curve and do some preventative investment to expand the size of the sewage pipes, for example, to cope with more people living there. Anyway, the city didn't like our report, and they squashed it. They wouldn't even publish it because it was too difficult for them to handle. It required a change in mindset, and they didn't know where to start. Transversal thinking across the different departments, and engaging with the community, not trying to control them, and so on. So we then, the provincial government of the Western Cape became aware of this research, and we persuaded them to fund another project in a different part of Cape Town called Delft South, where the same thing is going on. We did this study for them. They again didn't know how to respond. This wasn't just a housing problem, and it was the housing department that commissioned us to do the work. They let us publish a report, but they didn't want their name on it, because again they said, how do we handle this? Too complicated. This is outside our frame of thinking. Our housing budget enables us to deliver these RDP and various other programs. We don't know how to respond to this. So this is a massive problem for government, which led to the third thing in the box. Another report, another article. We then were approached by an NGO, a civil society organization, to do a study specifically of the risks involved in doing nothing, which is what had been happening in the city, and what the potential was. So this was quite a small project, but this was the start of something really significant, because we worked with an alliance of other groups, including selected officials in the city who were sympathetic, and we began to build the case for a more serious response to this process happening across the city. And then, and I'm going to go into a little bit more detail in a second with some examples, in 2021 in November, the leadership of the city changed, and a new mayor came into power who was much more enlightened than the previous leadership and was willing to acknowledge the need for a shift in approach, and who made this program a mayoral priority program. And since November 2021, we've seen a whole series of reforms that I'm going to explain a little bit more of. The first point we made is that you need to work around informality. You cannot assume it away, which is what government tends to do and had been doing in the city of Cape Town. High unemployment and poverty, we have to think about livelihoods in the informal sector. The informal sector offers low barriers to entry for people in housing, in the economy. In the property sector in South Africa, it's relatively untransformed. This property dynamic consists of largely emerging enterprises, emerging entrepreneurs. It's black, and it's grassroots, bottom up, and they're learning the business of property and construction. The construction sector is labor intensive. You get a lot of jobs, a lot of skills, a lot of linkages. Value chain is very important. The building chain is extensive. It goes into property services, estate agency, surveying, and other related fields. So there are all kinds of repercussions from strengthening this particular sector. You're creating intergenerational assets for poor households. People who were given an RDP house but had no job have got an asset that they are converting into an income-generating resource, which will be incredibly valuable for their children in the future. Something they can hand on to their children. So it's helping tackle poverty, creating wealth, supplying decent and dignified housing if we can get more of the good and less of the bad. It's helping to densify and make our cities more efficient, to use the existing infrastructure much more effectively. And the cost of doing nothing is the escalating risks of a downward spiral that we see in some of these townships, creating a slum that can and periodically does explode. So this is a dynamic phenomenon driven essentially by the demand for better housing and by the need for incomes and jobs. It's a housing and a jobs dynamic, which is why it's growing so quickly, because it's meeting these huge imperatives that face our country. This is the report we produced in 2022, and we posed a key part of impact is getting the message across, a very simple choice to decision makers. Either you take the high road of creating sustainable densification and vibrant neighborhoods with decent housing and good infrastructure, or you do nothing and go down the low road of slums, overcrowding, insecurity, instability. And this was a powerful message at the time with a new mayor coming into power. Of course, there was also some subtlety and nuance in our work. We show that there are different kinds of developers working here, from the subsistence homeowners who have some shacks in the backyard, to the opposite end, real entrepreneurs who know what they're doing and who have multiple projects in different places, buying up sites, redeveloping the house, and building blocks of 8 or 10 units on them. So we need to respond to these differences, different kinds of developers. They need different things from the city. We also did some calculations to work out the costs of compliance, because this is a massive challenge. This is all informal. We showed to the city that for a developer to follow the official building and planning procedures would double the cost of those buildings and make them unaffordable, right? This was a powerful message to the decision makers, saying we need to streamline and simplify the red tape to make it affordable so that we can get people to start complying and bring them into the system so that in due course we can tax them through rates and we can recognize them in our administrative systems. During this period, Cape Town was very ambivalent. They really didn't like our report in 2017, and they shelved it, and they wouldn't talk to us, actually. I tried to get some high-level exchanges, and they were in denial because of they didn't know how to respond. But there were a small group of enlightened officials who, behind the scenes, were helpful and began the conversation. So since 2021, the new mayor sees small-scale rental housing, which is one of the ways of describing this, as an asset and an opportunity to build a better city, to bring hope, to create better housing, to create jobs and assets, and to engage with informality. So he made it a mayoral priority program. It's embedded in the IDP with the targets and the timescales and the disciplines that officials respond to. It's a transversal program going across the different departments, and it's about scaling up delivery of affordable housing, learning how to deal with informality, and we've created an alliance of stakeholders to take this forward that I'll say a little bit more about, encouraging the city officials to engage with outsiders, trying to get around. The city of Cape Town is very, very inwardly focused. It's 40,000 people. It's a very big bureaucracy, and they're very, very poor at engaging with other stakeholders. The private sector, people are frustrated by the culture of the city. Anyway, it's beginning to break down, and this is one of the ways in which things are beginning to change. 10 work streams were created, a program management team to carry forward this work. These are the 10 elements. I'm not going to go through the detail. A new bylaw was passed 3 months ago to basically remove the need for these owners to apply for planning rezoning. You can build now 12 units on your plot without going through planning rezoning, which is a massive achievement and massive progress. Working on the infrastructure to boost the capacity in the areas to cope with increased population. Providing local planning support officers in some of the townships to give people advice on better building methods. Releasing municipal land to allow developers to scale up where there's surplus land available. So there are a number of very, very important planks of this policy. And then the key point I want to emphasize is about this coalition in which us as researchers have been merely one of the participants, alongside other partners who bring different kinds of knowledge and experience and legitimacy to bear, including grassroots organizations. There's a Township Developers Forum that's trying to organize some of these developers to get, to lobby and be more coherent among themselves, because that's a problem, very fragmented. So it brings these different stakeholders, the financiers, training providers, professional service providers, lawyers, and quantity surveyors and so on, bringing them together in this informal alliance to make the case for policy change and to help the city to understand what it needs to do. And there is a kind of wider conceptual basis for this. This notion of an urban reform coalition is beginning to get some momentum internationally, where the idea is, we have to take the urban agenda seriously, and the way to do that is to form these alliances of different stakeholders, including academics and researchers who know what they do, know some of what needs to be done, but also with grassroots organizations and with policymakers in order to get this broader coalition for change. So the lessons emerging from this story are, firstly, patience and perseverance. Stick to your guns. It's a long haul. In my experience, policy change and impact after more than 40 years as an academic, it's very, very difficult. And you have to be patient and stick to your guns. If you're lucky, you will make a difference if you are, believe in what you are doing and really committed to it. Being relevant to society is important, and making a difference, a belief that we do want to change the world. We can change the world. Part of our job is to make a difference and be relevant. It's not just about new theories and ivory tower work. It is about getting out there and getting your hands dirty. New evidence and framing can be powerful levers. The way you frame things and think about it can be very, very simple, like this choice that you present to policymakers. You can go this way or you can go that way, and you pose it very starkly, and that can be, critical at certain points in time. Investing in building relationships is really important. Taking time out, it's a big distraction. It can be very frustrating, but it's essential to build a case for change. Partnering with credible, like-minded individuals and organizations to work together, who speak to the same agenda, who have other resources to bring to bear and other insights and other, particularly in the case of this NGO, legitimacy at the grassroots. Academics, you coming in, particularly white, privileged backgrounds, you haven't got much credibility on the ground. You need to partner with others, and this actually helps the city as well to respond, because you're a formidable alliance of powerful, in different ways, stakeholders. Inquisitive, open-minded learning. We don't know the answers to begin with. Being open-minded, being open to new ideas, being interested in the society out there, fascinated by this phenomenon, this very dynamic phenomenon that's changing our cities. How do we grapple with this? How do we make progress to reform and improve what's happening on the ground? And then thinking lastly about different ways of disseminating the knowledge and the evidence. Not just journal articles, we have to deliver those because that's a big part of our job, but also other forms of dissemination, writing opinion pieces, going on the radio, and so on. There are all sorts of ways in which we need to get the message across. A scattergun approach, and if you're lucky, one or two of them will land. And luck is the last point I want to make, that however much you can plan this and think about it and decide what to do, there is undoubtedly an element of luck. Somebody out there is interested, a like-minded person is going to join forces, and that's often outside your control. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your deeply insightful and inspiring keynote address. You know, what you really highlighted is important if one looks at, for example, the butterfly effect, you know, of not doing anything and the impact as it, but as you rightfully indicated, the word impact is quite nuanced with very multifaceted characteristics that one needs to address. It makes it really difficult. And you rightfully indicated we are now in the evidence-based epoch. We need to use evidence and use that evidence to the best of our ability. But I want to take a leaf on a lighter note, where you said Donald Trump is not using evidence, but he's beautiful. He's very beautiful. You made a very beautiful presentation. It was very beautiful. So the words he expressed, this beautiful evidence, and how beautiful it's portrayed, gives him the cutting edge. You know, we also, in the information age, you know, fake news and all those other things that one needs to navigate as policy analysts, academics, but also working with our stakeholders. So you've reminded us that the impactful research is not a solitary pursuit. We need to collaborate. We need to build trust. We need to build relationship across the various sectors of society, as you've done in your case, in your particular research, as a way to illustrate what impact we can have. And therefore, you know, I want to quote Helen Keller, and she beautifully stated, beautifully, Alone we can do so little, so little. Together we can do so much. And that's very important that we need to capture. So the message truly captures the essence of what we've heard today. The importance of working together to create a meaningful impact through research. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I move to the next session, which is our panel discussion, I would like to welcome Professor Rodney Gumede, the Executive Director of Institutional Advancement. Can you please stand and can I give her a round of applause? It's just a pleasure. Thank you for being with us, and we look forward to your leadership, institutional advancement, how you will guide us. And we really appreciate your presence here today. It means a lot for the faculty. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into the panel discussion titled The Anatomy of Multidisciplinary, Interdisciplinary, and Transdisciplinary Research Innovation. This session explores how collaboration across disciplines foster new perspectives, innovation and solutions, a theme that lies at the heart of our faculty's research vision, and that aligns with Vision 130. The discussion will be facilitated by Dr. Bama and Professor CJ, who will guide our panelists through a rich exchange of ideas and experiences. Please join me in welcoming our facilitators as well as our panelists to the stage. Thank you very much. Give them a round of applause.
How did you manage? Okay, thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Today it's a research day. Let's be engaged. You know, yesterday I had 3 takeaways, but I'm only going to share one with you. Those who were not here yesterday, you missed. So make sure next year you don't. The only takeaway that I'm going to share is one of the lighter moments of yesterday afternoon, when one of the facilitators gave us a long story, at the end of which she said, there was this fantastic question or comment that was made, which said, when asked why the frog didn't jump, after cutting off all its limbs, the answer was, it's because the frog is deaf. I'll leave you with that. So I hope we're not going to be the deaf ones this morning. We have a very interesting and topical discussion that's going to begin here just now. So we are going to talk about the anatomy of inter, trans, and multidisciplinary research. And when we hear those words, they're a mouthful. And I don't think I have the capacity to break them down myself. So we've got a very experienced panel that we're going to call up here on stage this morning. And before I start giving the bios of those that are going to join us, I'll please just want to welcome our keynote speaker. I think we've heard a very, very interesting keynote address this morning, and I think it would not do justice if he didn't participate in the conversation further, because after the panel discussions, we're going to take questions from the floor, and I hope you have really good questions that we're going to share this morning, because that's the essence of why we're here. So if I can introduce Prof. Turok, would you please help us just take the middle seat on stage? And thank you again for your keynote address. So let's welcome our panelists on stage one at a time. I'm going to try to do justice to their very impressive bios. Because of time constraints, we're not going to be able to get the full pages through, so I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. The first panelist we're going to invite on stage this morning will be Prof. Prof. Kigozi Male. Prof. Kigozi Male is a very seasoned academic at the University of the Free State, and she's an associate professor at the Center for Health Systems Research and Development. She holds an interdisciplinary PhD in psychology and health systems research from the University of the Free State. Prof. Kigozi Male's research is increasingly recognized for its contribution to local and international literature on the social aspects of health and healthcare, particularly within the tuberculosis and HIV nexus. She has advanced understanding of patients' experiences of integrated care and illuminated the perspective of healthcare providers and policymakers on the management of TB and TB-HIV co-infection. Building on this foundation, she has extended her interest to the broader determinants of health, especially those influencing family and community well-being. Please join me welcome Prof. Kigozi Male on the stage. To join this impressive panel we're already building on stage will be one of our own in the faculty of the EMS, and he's also co-director for the Center for Interdisciplinary Studies. And Prof. Dr. Heklas Kombrink is a senior lecturer and co-director of the Interdisciplinary Center for Digital Futures at the University of the Free State. Dr. Kombrink specializes in business analytics of infodemics, human language technology, and artificial intelligence. Dr. Kombrink has contributed significantly in public health, molecular biology, education, and data science. His work integrates data science for social impact by combining data analysis, data science, artificial intelligence, health, education, and policy for better societal outcomes. Who else would carry such a CV and not be part of this panel? Please join me welcome Dr. Kombrink. The third person on that panel, equally impressive, would be Professor Colin Chassie. He is a professor in the Department of Communication Sciences. He has published several dozens of articles and chapters in books. Along with these, he has published a handful of books. His book on Ubuntu for Warriors stands out, and his upcoming books on mongrelization, that's a jaw-breaking one, is an attempt to rethink identity and representation that takes seriously how we all mixed and crossed in post-apartheid transformations in South Africa. Please welcome Professor Chassie to the stage. Finally, the last panelist I'm going to invite to the stage is Dr. Jacques Maritz. Dr. Maritz received a PhD degree in astrophysics from the University of the Free State in 2017. He is the head of Department of Engineering Sciences, the Grid-Related Research Group, and the postgraduate program in ecological and nature-based engineering. His research interests span physics, astrophysics, energy modeling, energy analytics, complexity science, and ecological engineering. Please welcome Dr. Maritz on stage. So without taking any much time, I'm going to hand over to Professor Nwosu to carry on with the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Bama, and thank you to our esteemed panel. What we are going to discuss today, I think, is really very challenging, but also very interesting. And I will start by just telling an anecdote to illustrate how difficult it is. So 3 individuals decide that they want to collaborate, and they get together and say, let's do multidisciplinary research. And eventually they end up writing, just each of them writing their separate papers. And then they were not happy, they were not satisfied with the outcome, and they said, let's try transdisciplinary research or interdisciplinary research, because the first one didn't go very well. And what happened? They ended up writing 1 paper, but 3 separate appendices, online appendices. And then they said, okay, maybe we are not getting something right. Let's try transdisciplinary research. And after a long process and everything, they just end up starting a startup, writing a paper, and starting a movement, a social movement. So we can see that it's very difficult. This illustrates how difficult it is to get this right. But before we go along, what I will want from you, esteemed panelists, is to start with the idea of conceptual clarity, because we struggle with these concepts, even as academics. So can I start with Prof. Kigozi Male? From your experience, what is multidisciplinary research? What is transdisciplinary research? What is interdisciplinary research? What are the differences between them? And maybe you can feel free to use your own experiences to illuminate these points. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Indeed, the terms multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary research are often used interchangeably, but in practice they are different in terms of the level of collaboration and the degree of knowledge integration. So if I were to define multidisciplinary research, I would look at different disciplines coming together, but these disciplines are not, they are coexisting, they're working in parallel to produce knowledge. And then they have a shared problem, but they are coming from their own disciplines to solve this problem. And in the end, it is not about them integrating the findings, but solving the problem from their individual perspectives. And then when we move on to interdisciplinary research, I would say that we have disciplines coming together, but integrating methodologies, integrating theoretical perspectives, and solving a common problem. And again, coming up with a synthesis of findings. And in terms of transdisciplinary research, I would think about researchers going beyond academia. Just like Prof was talking about his project in Cape Town, it involved different stakeholders. So it is not just the knowledge creators who are the academics, but you also have other key stakeholders like policymakers, like community members, and in my case, it would have been policymakers in health and implementers who are your health practitioners. Would you like to add to the definition?
Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, and also acknowledging everyone here. I'm not going to particularly repeat what you said because it's a very good synthesis, but there is something I want all of us to just imagine. With multidisciplinary research, you typically have one PI, one investigator, that delegates all of the different components. You do this, you do this, you do this. And everyone goes into their own corner, closes the door, does the research, and then the principal investigator puts it together. In multidisciplinary research, you may have two principal investigators, or you can have one, where the same process takes place, except they share a common methodology. So in physics, you would have something like a Fourier transfer, and you can apply that to finance. So it's the same methodology, but it's applied to two different phenomena, but the same methodological approach. So that would be more your interdisciplinary work. Your transdisciplinary is where every single person would become a new PI of this envisaged project, where we take the methodologies from your discipline and the methodologies from my discipline, and we create a new emerging property or a new emerging discipline. So something that is an intersection between two fields. So you can almost imagine, instead of with multidisciplinary work, where people go into their own corner, with transdisciplinary, everyone sits around the same table and does the work simultaneously together. And transdisciplinary seems very viable, but it's very difficult in practice. Thank you.
So just a few examples from these perspectives. In terms of, I'm going to share some work from the Center for Health Systems Research and Development. In 2004, they had a multidisciplinary project on tuberculosis. And in this research, it brought together microbiologists, medical sociologists, health systems researchers, and economists to understand the TB epidemic from multiple perspectives. And each discipline addressed a different facet of this problem. The social science team undertook to find out patients' needs, perceptions, and experiences of care, while the health systems research team, it focused more on patient health-seeking behavior, functioning of the TB control program, as well as the healthcare provider attitudes. The microbiologists conducted DNA fingerprint analysis of sputum samples to study the strain diversity, the transmission, and the multi-drug resistance, while the economists undertook to analyze the cost of TB care for the government and for the patients. Ultimately, they came up with a supplementum where each of these groups published their findings. And in terms of interdisciplinary research, we have a project ongoing on the health and the well-being of older people that are living with HIV in the Free State. And this project is bringing together researchers from psychology, from health systems research, epidemiology, and sociology. With this project, we are using a convergent mixed methods design, and it is integrating quantitative and qualitative research, data gathering, and we are seeking to find out the biological, the psychological, and the social factors that are affecting the well-being of older people that are living with HIV. And with this project, we are using the biopsychosocial framework to guide our problem solving. So what makes this research interdisciplinary is the fact that we are using, that the teams are not working in isolation like Doctor has said, but we are going to use this framework, the biopsychosocial framework, to help interpret how biological, psychological, and social factors are interacting to affect the well-being of older people living with HIV. And then finally, there was also a project a few years back that was transdisciplinary in nature, and it was about the antiretroviral rollout in the Free State. Some of you might be familiar with it. And here, there was collaboration between the researchers from the Center for Health Systems Research and Development, as well as the policymakers and implementers within the HIV program at the time. So they sought to answer questions about universal access to antiretroviral therapy, the quality and the outcomes of care, the user and household perspectives, and health systems strengthening. And each of these groups tried to solve the problem from their own understanding. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Turok, I know we just roped you in this morning, but we were really excited. That's why we roped you in by the very wonderful presentation you made. Can you just shed, just along the lines in terms of giving us a bit of more clarity in terms of what these three mean, especially with regard to your work? Yeah, thank you.
I think we have to be careful about jargon. I mean, they are distinctive, and I think you gave a very clear definition of the three. My main response to what colleagues have said is we shouldn't underestimate how difficult it is, right? Academics have a habit of throwing out jargon. Transdisciplinary research is the latest fashion. Let's all do it. In some universities that I'm aware of, they've created very costly new buildings designed to be centers of transdisciplinary research, and often has other names as well. But investing hugely in just trying to bring people together, right? And underestimating, in my view, the complexity of doing it. I'm sure it's easier in some fields than in others. But in social sciences, just to take an example, economists are difficult to work with. They've got their models, they've got their assumptions, they've got their frameworks. And it can be really challenging, if they're unwilling to be open-minded and flexible and adapt those models. Of course, it depends on the personality as well, which makes it hard to generalize. But there are some disciplines that even within the social sciences, where it's very, very hard to bring people together. And there's a whole history of fundamental disagreements, separate journals, even though they're supposed to be studying the same subject and so on. So in my experience, I can only talk from my experience, what can help is having an external problem, external client, an external research user, right, who's saying, look, this is our problem, like the HIV, or in my case, the urban challenge, where it's so compelling, the case for getting out of our academic silos and trying to knock heads together. That can really help. But it does require a mindset which is an open-minded, flexible, and not too rigid. This is the only way you can approach this problem.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Prof. Turok. I think that leads us nicely into the next question. Maybe Dr. Bama, can you just take over, please?
Thanks, Prof. Moso. Yes, I think Professor Turok just landed where I was about to begin. And it's about the fact that we all acknowledge the challenges, the difficulties of engaging in this type of research across disciplines. So my next question would be to Prof. Chassis and Dr. Maritz. And my question is, what do you think are some of the enablers or some of the barriers that inhibit such cross-disciplinary engagements to take place? And in your experience, how have you gone about getting off those barriers? Thank you.
No, thank you so much. I think perhaps first it might be useful to go beyond the three categories that we have addressed so far and introduce or add to them the idea of pluriversalistic thinking. This is to recognize that there's a possibility of weaving together many worlds, many different ways of seeing things. This is a concept that is widely used by decolonial scholars. I would also like to take note that, in my humble opinion, one of the things that has held this university back is that we haven't taken on as strongly perhaps as we could have the discussions around decoloniality. And I think those universities and places where they have had this discussion have opened themselves up to the possibility of going beyond some of these silos in ways that we haven't done. Importantly, and I think that goes to Prof. Turok's point, the pluriversal approach, the decolonial approach says, how can we engage with our world better? How can we engage with real world problems better? And how can we do that in such a way that all of us, whoever we are, wherever we come from, can be humanized better? How can we weave together the different backgrounds, contributions that we have to create a better world? I suspect that this is an exciting perspective that should be added to what we are talking about. And I say that recalling also important work by Ortega y Gasset. There's a book called Man and Crisis that he wrote, a Spanish philosopher. And he begins that with a chapter on Galileo Galilei. And he notes that Galileo Galilei at some point was sleeping lightly, an expert in his day on the stars, the planets, planetary movements. They were very knowledgeable in those days, the 1600s. But they had things wrong. They thought the Earth is the center of the universe. And he was a great scholar of the science that had things wrong. It had things wrong, and they knew that something was torn, something was wrong, because the idea that the Earth is the center somehow made some of the calculations seem odd, right? So he's sleeping. And in this gentle state of light sleep, he starts to reimagine the world. And he starts to visualize the sun as the center of the universe, and the planets and the stars and everything else revolving around the sun. And when he wakes up, he realizes, this is it. This is actually how things are. And all those calculations that he had learned somehow started to make sense when you reoriented everything around the sun. Something was torn, and through his imagination, engaging with the real world, he was able to begin to reformulate something new. Ngugi wa Thiong'o says to us in a book called, I think it's called Something Torn, that our problem in Africa is that something is torn. In the colonial world, something is torn. In the post-colonial world, something is torn. One of the things that colonialism did to all of us, let me repeat that, to all of us, is that somehow it disconnected us with important realities that relate to us. In our disciplines, for example, we often, Mbembe has said, for example, that as much as we study about Africa and African issues and African people, the more we study, it seems that the less we know. Certainly we can add that it seems for all the work that we do as universities and so on, we've not been able to fundamentally change the trajectories, the natures of our lives in ways that we should. Something is torn. And we need to reorient, we need to reframe how we weave together our humanity. And in that sense, again, a pluriversal perspective is an invitation for us to reimagine that. I'll be very quick with the more fine point that you had asked me. So if we were to look, for example, I mean, there are very many things that we really need to grapple with. At the University of the Free State, for example, we have departments that sit in various buildings across the campus. I can surely assure you that if you sit in economics and management sciences, you're quite unlikely to know 10, 15, 16 people in humanities or in health sciences. We sit as little islands, as little pockets, and we behave as though we are disconnected. Now, this is a fundamental spatial geographical issue. Let's call it an institutional architecture issue that needs to have fundamental solutions that enable Makosi in geosciences to interact with Colin in communication sciences. That's a problem that needs to be solved. Historically, we've had other problems, like, for example, and this is a South African problem more generally, our venues have not had the capacity, we've not had the venues to do the kind of liberal arts model that kind of allows for greater knowledge of a wide range of areas for our students and so on. And it's got implications for the kind of knowledge that we create institutionally, the kind of discussions that we have. Over 80% venue utilization in most of our universities. If you go to a Harvard, any of these big European universities, venue utilization is in and around 20%. It's been difficult for us to create the permutations that allow for that kind of seeding and interseeding. However, we do have opportunities now with the online possibilities and so on to go beyond limitations related to venue availability to create options for inter-trans and so on disciplinarities, also even in our teaching project. I mean, there are many parts to this. I really can't go to all of the things that I would want to say. Thank you so much, Chair.
Dr. Maritz?
Yeah, so from my perspective, it will be a quick one. I think from a very pragmatic point of view, from my experience, if you throw a bunch of physicists and social scientists and perhaps artists into one room, it's going to get interesting. And it's really interesting. But the thing that we did experience is the fact that you actually need academic and field translation. So you need someone that can translate from physics to social science and back again. And you know, and that person needs to fulfill that role. It's a physical role that needs to be fulfilled so that you can learn to speak one another's language. And then I think the finer nuanced enabler for these such types of activities is actually a mutual respect. So as physicists, you know, the first time you get out of your office to get a bit of sun is to actually, and you start to engage with people from other fields, you for the first time realize that they're looking at the same problem, just from a different perspective. So they have equal right to have their perspective on that problem, the same as what we have our, let's say, mathematical perspective. So that form of mutual respect together with translation is quite a powerful tool for this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moritz, for that brief one. Colleagues, we had quite a catalog of questions we wanted to ask, but I know Dr. Du Plessis is going to hit me very soon. So I'm going to just make it quick for us. So I'm going to bring on a question which really speaks to the relevance to the UFS. And because I've got somebody on stage who sits as a co-director of a center that already practices some of what we are talking about here, I'm going to go directly to him first, and then after that, I'm going to ask Prof. Turok to jump in. So Dr. Combring, this one is for you. Please, can you tell us how universities such as the UFS would be able to strengthen their institutional frameworks to promote genuine cross-disciplinary innovation and impact-oriented research?
No need for music, it makes it quite intense. It's a loaded question. And there's no easy answer to it. In my experience, the best results have been when people engage with a wicked problem. So when people come together to try and work on a wicked problem, they typically come with passion, hopefully with expertise. And I say hopefully because sometimes it happens that the problems people are trying to address, they don't quite know or have potentially the expertise to address them. So just because you are socially driven towards a phenomenon doesn't mean that you have the necessary rigor to actually address the problem. And it can stay in the, and I'm not shooting down activism. Activism is important in its own right, but it tends to stay in the discourse stage of things and not in the implementation and actioning stage of things. And so the easiest way to do this is to get, and I'm going to quote Professor Benjamin Rossman from the Mind Institute at WITS, get the coolest people to work on the most difficult problems and hopefully people can find common synergy through this process. It is true that it is very difficult to do, but there needs to be a good grounding and foundation. And to your point, Dr. Maritz, and I think Professor Colin, as well as Professor Male and Professor Torek touched on this, we need to think differently. And that mind shift is very hard. We can't, from an esoteric perspective, make it too complex that we don't actually solve anything because it's too complicated, and we can't make it and reduce the problem too simply to deal with it. We need to find common dialogue, very important. We need to find champions that can translate what these things mean between different disciplines. And for that, you need to have quite a significant amount of expertise and understanding of the problem. So the research methodology still remains the same, but the level of expertise and skills need to be a bit more. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Combring. Prof. Tirok?
I think that was very, very helpful. Problem-driven, I think, is a good starting point. We're not short of problems in South Africa, are we? So I think starting with that, not exclusively, but that is very helpful. In my experience, has been helpful. The language issue, I think that colleague here mentioned, is a big challenge. You know, we come with different languages, even though we're all speaking whatever it seems to be the same. It's different concepts, different frameworks, different assumptions, and so finding ways to communicate is a crucial starting point, and abandoning some of our jargon, I think, is also part of that. Being open-minded. But my key point, I think, would be small steps, because some of these wicked problems are very, very wicked, right? And nobody has solved some of these problems. You know, our unemployment problem, our crime problem. You know, they don't have. We've got to get away from simplistic solutions. We've got to work in small steps towards breaking them down and thinking about pragmatically. I liked your point. Being pragmatic about it. That how do we really knock heads together and begin to make some progress that is confidence building, right? Because if you take on too big, as we all know in our academic work, if you take on too big a problem, you know, it destroys your morale because you're making no progress. It's climbing mountains. So finding ways of breaking it down, taking small steps, building confidence among the different partners, writing a paper together, right? A short paper together, something that demonstrates you're making progress, you're achieving something, I think is a way to go.
Thank you very much. I think that this is actually the fastest 45 minutes of my life. Actually, it's really amazing how time flies. I'm Prof. Nend, I'm putting you on the spot. Next year, when we are planning this, I think we should give the panel 1 hour, actually, because 45 minutes is actually very small, because I really wanted to get even more from Dr. Maris and Prof. Collins, but you still have an opportunity, because now we are going over to you, colleagues. I think, so we have been talking, it's like it's the panel, but this is actually a problem that really concerns us as a university. We can't just be in our ivory towers and do our research. Actually, I am actually guilty of this, because when I started off, it's just, you can lie down on your bed and you start thinking, what can I do with the needs data set, actually? I want to publish a paper. You just dabble into it. And I remember, Prof. Tirok might have forgotten, we used to work together at the HSRC, and I did a presentation that even my colleagues found difficult to even follow me. And he spoke to me in my office and said, you can just realize that not everybody here is an economist, actually. You know? So we have that challenge. And please, colleagues, this is your opportunity to raise any issue with the panel, any issue regarding these types of research and how the university can go, can proceed, especially in conducting research that unites, that collaborates, and that impacts on society. please, can we start by recognizing somebody who can raise their hand and go first? I've seen Dr. Muzingiri, I've seen Mr. Sinra. Yes, so.
Okay, thank you so much. The program directors, thank you so much also for the nice presentations. Yeah, mine is not a question, but it's something that I wanted to find out from people like Prof. Turok. You have applied for some grants, and of course, I know that for something, for research to be quite successful, especially the one that you are doing, you need some funding. And I think the biggest challenge that a lot of researchers also are facing is the ability to, of course, conceptualize a good idea, and also eventually to sell that idea so that you can get some funding. And what I wanted to find out from you is, since you are someone who has actually, applied successfully for funding, will it be possible for you to share some of your success, maybe proposals that you were successful with the upcoming researchers, so that maybe they see how it is crafted, and also maybe they can eventually come up with all their successful ideas? Thank you.
Checo? Thanks, fascinating panel, and a lot of new words in terms of, or not new words, but words that come together beautifully, I think. Everything from translation to pluriversality, and I think that that's a... Should I stand? Oh, I'm sorry.
You have a live stream, so for the live stream guys, thank you.
So lot of good words that we can bring together. I have a practical question. So in a transdisciplinary or multidisciplinary or pluriversal team, do you need a project manager? And if that project manager is there, what is the role, what skills that such a project manager? And I'm thinking about the research that you've been involved with. But I'm also would like to put something in about meeting places. And I hear Professor Turok on the idea of sort of artificially almost creating these spaces, but I think they are well needed. The University of Cincinnati built a new medical school. The medical school started off as a school of architecture. And they realized very quickly, if we're going to build a new medical school, let's keep the architectural school here as well. So they actually have an architecture school and a medical school that go hand in hand. And that has led to a whole new idea of how they have reconfigured campus and spaces, and that interdisciplinary. So that's just a comment. But the first one was about the project management.
Maybe can we go with those two, and then Mr. Sinra will now go ahead, please.
Okay. Just perhaps from my side, on the pragmatic side of program management, having to have a program manager, yes, you do. Perhaps two types of management is needed, because unfortunately, speaking from my own perspective, scientists do not make outstanding program managers, because you're driving the science and not necessarily the milestones. But once again, program management for I would say a single field problem versus management for a multi-field problem is totally different, where you have to have, let's say, those academic translators or research managers that can actually both manage but also understand the science and the implications that is needed to reach that milestone. So that brings a new type of dynamic into it, is that your managers of these large consortia really needs to go down to the science level as well.
I just want to add to that with experience, and then I'll give over to Prof. Turok and Gladys if you would like. The problem is that project management is typically within organizations seen as a function of driven by KPIs. And so you would advertise a position, get a project manager in, and now the KPIs are very much project management based. This works well for single discipline project management, but the moment you work with different disciplines, you do need someone who understands that contextualization. So the project management in and of itself becomes interdisciplinary, and that has been and is a challenge, a major challenge. Beyond moving to the academic rigor and the milestones that you need to reach there, this critical gap, I almost want to say, of interdisciplinary project management is very difficult, because to advertise for that is on a project-by-project basis. You almost need to scout individuals to be able to be a best fit for the project. Now, in parastatal institutions and in public institutions, there are laws of fairness and governance, etc., where the criteria to get an individual in is on the premise of certain KPIs to be reached. And often, if you make the wrong pick, it actually doesn't help the situation. So my recommendation for this is the role of an interdisciplinary project manager is fundamental, but there needs to be some fluidity in the hiring or getting process to get the right candidate, and that's very difficult from the context of the organization. Thanks.
A quick response. The project manager, I agree, is a vital function, particularly for complicated multidisciplinary projects. And they can perform all kinds of valuable roles in addition to the basic admin. Particularly important, the communication role with, and particularly with the external partners, to try and hold things together, to organize things, to lubricate the partnership, if you like. It can be very, very powerful and important. And universities need to invest in these positions up front, because just saying each project is going to fund it is, no, it needs to be upfront, and it can help with the proposal writing, it can help with dissemination. It's such a valuable role, potentially, if you get the right person and don't to prescribe the role too narrowly. On the point about funding, I think there are basically two models of getting funding. The first is to respond to opportunities. So a research organization or a public body has a project that they put out to tender, and then you're bidding for that. Typically. And that's confining in many ways, because you're circumscribed by the terms of reference of the project. So if it's a good project, that's great, but if it's a consultancy exercise, often they know the answer already and they just want you to provide the evidence and rubber stamp what they already want to do. So it can be not very rewarding. The other extreme is the ideas driven, where you've got a brainwave. You talked about idea. Very important to have your own ideas and to try and get a funder for that idea, because then you are going to be more passionate about it and you're more in control of it. But clearly it's more difficult to persuade. It's a bit like impact on your research. So persuading somebody to fund your project can be really difficult. So what you often have to do is to use where you get an opportunity to bid for a project, try and get a broadly defined project that gives you space to do your own thing. This is where I was sort of trying to advocate a mixture of demand-driven and supply-driven, so that you use that space creatively to think differently about a problem and to put more of your own ideas into the final product of it. But funding is a massive challenge, there's no doubt, particularly in these difficult times when we're in austerity. But it's vital to enable progress. You can do work without funding, but funding helps a lot.
So on project management, I think one of the questions to ask is, how do you provide institutionally for a capacity to do this kind of transdisciplinary, pluriversal type of projects? The Northwest has invested over the last 15 to 20 years in a thematic organization of research. To my mind, as creative as that approach has been, one of the challenges is that it creates fixed frameworks that are rather rigid and do not allow for a great deal of mobility over time for scholars who get stuck in particular frameworks. easily. I think one of the things that could be very exciting for a university to explore is something that your IT companies and so on have been exploring and have been using highly successfully in product development and so on, the Scrum methodologies that are extremely well proven, where you have a different model around how you generate leadership, project management. So you have a product leader who does a different set of things to a Scrum leader and so on. And I think that type of methodology is very well suited to an academic type environment where you are outcomes driven. You want to produce a particular set of findings around a particular problem. You have a time frame, you have a team of people who come together for a particular project over a limited period of time, and you weave together whatever the contributions are. It's a very good methodology, speaks to timelines, speaks to how you coordinate different skill sets and so on. And I think that there's a lot of value perhaps in a faculty taking leadership and thinking about the possibilities of such a methodology.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to make clear that I'm going to speak from, a graduate perspective and, support staff. But this is one thing I would like to add on in terms of, our academic space. From experience and from learning all of these years and from, working within the university. The gap that one sees is that, although it's acknowledged that there are spaces where there's multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary, collaboration, but it's still small scale. And from my end, I would like to advise that before we get to the transdisciplinary, we need to look within ourselves, especially the academics, because we are still silo-driven to a large extent. I mean, maybe it's because of the industry itself, how it's structured, how you get to become a doctor, a professor, and so on. But what are we doing? And just to get back to what Prof. Berger mentioned in terms of, the verb, the research altogether, we need to ask ourselves, are we really in the space of, large-scale, multi, inter, and transdisciplinary in terms of collaboration? Yes, we are speaking about collaboration in various, presentation spaces, but it needs to come down to the word, the verb, do. So we need to introspect in that regard, in order for us to see real value and make, the necessary impact in the society and ultimately the globe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will imagine that that's actually a very, in the form of a comment and observation, and thank you very much for that. Can we just quickly open up another round, but we have just about 5 minutes to go. Please just keep it short and sweet, and then, yeah, okay. So I'll take you and then I'll come back to you.
Oh, first of all, I just want to express my excitement to have Professor Ivan Turok in our midst today, because I followed you a lot and I quoted you a lot on my master's degree when I was doing my master's in urban and regional planning. And I also apologize for deviating because my question is going to be directed to you about the presentation that you just did. Yes. Prof, don't you think the solution to urban sprawl, urbanization, and some of the challenges that you highlighted in your presentation, is when we try and apply or propose reverse or re-urbanization? Because I don't understand why we continuously centralize and concentrate all the opportunity, all the economic and educational, opportunities in major cities, because we continuously now, suffering from some of the spatial, consequences of urbanization. I mean, I'll make a typical example to say I'm from Tabanchu, And I see thousands and thousands of people commuting to Bloemfontein to come and access education. When we have an old teachers' college in Tabanchu that can easily be converted into, maybe a faculty of education or satellite, campus of the University of the Free State, or CAT, offering, education, programs or courses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And final one.
Thank you so much. So my question is, in terms of the cross-cutting research, as academics, what do you think we can do to ensure that we do not suppress or over-dilute the contributions of non-academics as we conduct our research together? Thanks.
Okay, Prof. Turok, maybe, and then others.
Just a small point to recognize the comment made about all the incentives. At the moment, most of the incentives are for individuals to work on their own, to departments to do their own thing, and that has to be recognized, the importance of countering those incentives with others to cooperate, to work together, to break down barriers, to engage in partnerships externally. One of my key messages, it takes time, and therefore if you have narrow KPIs and narrow targets, it discourages people from taking that long-term perspective. So one has to rethink. There's no easy answers, but rethink the incentives for academics and so on, to embrace also the non-academics. So thanks very much for your comment. It's a massive challenge. I mean, I don't know the details of Tabanchu, so I don't want to comment on that facility and whether it's been neglected. It sounds like it has, but I think a few comments. One is one needs to understand the history of settlements, every settlement, including places like Tabanchu, right? And understand if the history was what's the right word? An artificial creation, right? Because of a previous regime, that's different from an organic a history of a place that grew up for fundamental, good, sound reasons. And most cities have grown up for fundamentally sound reasons. There are very powerful forces magnetic forces that pull things into big cities, and that you try to counter those forces with real difficulty, because the logic of concentration is so powerful, of people coming together, of businesses coming together, workers, labor markets, product markets. It's a very powerful logic that drives innovation, drives productivity, drives growth, and drives inclusion and sustainability as well, actually. Arguments for more sustainable from concentrating people together in terms of infrastructure, transport systems and all that. The logic is very, very compelling. So I think in specific cases there will be an argument for promoting new cities and promoting the development of secondary cities, certainly, and maintaining a balanced urban system, definitely. It's not just about your big cities, but be careful about trying to counter the logic of concentration in particular places. That's partly what apartheid was about, was removing people from naturally occurring agglomerations. And that did such enormous damage that we are still struggling to unpick. I'm not saying the answer is for everybody to move to the big cities, but that's part of the answer. We also have to have good strategies for rural development for some of places like Tabanchu, which have a very unfortunate history. And we can't just ignore these places and just assume people must move to the city. Definitely not. We have good public services and so on. But I hope that's a bit of an answer. We could talk more in the coffee break.
I just want to respond to the comment of non-academic role play, playing a role in solving these problems. I think where we're currently at is really problem-driven research. So the emphasis and hopefully eventually the incentives will be, can you solve the problem or not? That's going to be the focus. So whoever partakes in solving that problem, and however you can do it, it's going to be, those barriers will naturally break down, in a sense. And I think this is also where our research office plays a role, because what they try to do is put down a problem that naturally ingest a diverse portfolio of academics and non-academics and a lot of other people as well to actually solve the problem. So the focus is not on the siloed approach, but the focus is on can you solve the problem or not. And hopefully the incentives will also move towards the actual problem solving.
The problem of disciplines and how we are so focused on our disciplines that perhaps we don't address broader questions. Seems to me that that problem has a number of facets to it. One of which is that in our undergrad programs, one of the things that we do is we naturalize the idea of the discipline. And we naturalize the idea of its limitations and its scope. The reality is that as we move into postgrad areas and so on, as we perhaps direct ourselves to particular real-world problems and so on, and issues, we often find that we are forced to go beyond the very narrow interdisciplinary frames. Now, one of the big things that universities are given credit for, say, for example, in global ranking systems and so on, is undergraduate research, which I think we need to invest more in. Now, the minute we get our undergrads doing more research, research of the fairly significant nature, they too will be exposed to the limits of the disciplinary frame, right? There's also, of course, the very important question around the force Prof. Turok talked about for us to be atomized in certain ways, to conduct research as individuals in certain ways, and to be rewarded for that. And this is something we must be really worried about, especially those who are beginning to build their career now aiming at 20, 30-year careers. The reality is with AI and all of these new ways of generating and organizing information, the narrow scope possibilities of individual tracks based on individuals will be more sorely exposed than ever before. We've gone beyond that era of the easy, low-hanging fruit that one scholar can easily explore and make the most of. Already we're seeing in certain fields that you have to have research teams. And I think in those fields where we've been able to have lone wolves going out there and surviving, increasingly it will prove that that strategy will not be viable. So again, we need to ask ourselves, and perhaps I make a bit of a foul of your very wonderful language, Prof. Turok, but we need to think about those naturally occurring agglomerations. How do we bring people together in natural combinations that perhaps seem a bit odd to the social engineers of our world? Because we will need to have those odd formations, let's call them that, in order for us to do the kind of work that goes beyond the constraints of the discipline as we currently know them.
Thank you so much. I think it's been a 45 plus 20 minutes of soul talk from an academic perspective. And I want to say a huge thank you to the panel. I think I speak for everyone in the room. We've learned a thing or two during this time sharing with you. And just to round off, I'm going to borrow from our very, the word just escaped me, but I'm going to borrow from Prof. Berger. He said earlier, a single bracelet doesn't jingle. So bring it into the context of what we've spoken here. Let's engage and let's jingle as the UFS. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for the panel.
Thank you. If I can just ask, thank you very much, Dr. Bama. Thank you, Professor CJ, for your contributions in facilitating the session. Can I just ask that the panelist stays behind, because there's a couple of logistics we want to arrange with, maybe just taking a photo, but can we also include, for example, our UFS stakeholders, not from the EMS? I see there's Dr. Glenn Taylor and can you also, and all our external stakeholders, including the Dean, because the Dean must be here, it's very important, and the Vice Dean as well. Can you please come to the front? But finally, I also want to thank all the panelists as well for your engaging session, for all the knowledge you've shared with us. It's very important that we acknowledge that. And I want to thank our participants, all of you, for your contributions, all the questions, all the comments, and everyone that's here today. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. Then with another logistical arrangement, ladies and gentlemen, you will see as you go out, there's a lot of posters. Please engage with the posters. The student stands normally next to the poster, and they will explain that poster. You'll see on top of the poster, they have a QR code. You can just use your phone and scan and vote for that particular poster that you really find interesting and engage with that. But more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into the tea break, I think it's very important, while the panelists and all those that stay in front, the rest of us can just easily transition and have some nice tea. I think we have very good refreshments, because the classical saying, a hungry man is an angry man. When you get, my wife knows it, when I'm very, very angry, she knows, just give him food, his anger will subside. I don't know, do we attach it to psychology, or we attach it to biology? Because my biological human being inside of me get very, very agitated at times when I'm hungry. But nonetheless, I think it's a time to network, it's a time to connect, and it's a time to celebrate creativity and research. And as we reconvene shortly, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to return 11:20. We over the time with 2 minutes, so 11:20 will be fine as we continue with our next session facilitated by Dr. Ruzungunde. I hope I pronounced it, I didn't butcher it. I hope it pronounced it correctly. But our next session will commence 11:20. Please return and please engage with all the posters. And I thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning, everyone. Can I have your attention? If there are people outside, can we all come back in so that we can continue? All right, welcome to our mid-morning session. My name is Vongai Ruzungunde, as said earlier, and I'll be facilitating this session. So just before we get into the program, we have a slight deviation. Our keynote speaker will be leaving soon, and we just want him to go with an acknowledgement, so we just have to have the presentation of his gift at this moment. I'll call upon Prof. Nene to come through.
Prof, thank you so much, firstly, for taking out the time to be here today. I know when I sent you that invite, I knew you had a lot of things to do, but I really appreciate that you were here today, but not just because you're here, but because of the things you said today. Creating an impact, you said, is not magical, and it takes a lot of time. So as a researcher today, I sit and I ask myself, and I tell myself to say, whatever I do, I don't have to do it for today. I have to think about long term. And how will it change the lives of the people? So we need to be very intentional about them. The research questions we want to ask. And someone talked about, you call it the CNN moment. If you watch the screen like you see here the ticker, if you see the highlights, so in your mind, always ask, what is that highlight I want to investigate? And long term, what difference will it make to someone's life? And to who would benefit and why and how? So thank you so much for really highlighting that today. So this is a little token from the faculty to say we appreciate you, we see you, and all the work you do for us as a faculty. Thank you so much.
Stay around a little bit, but then I got some appointments.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Ivan. We've learned quite a lot, and I think one of the key takeaway points that I have from him is on impact. He said that impact comes in different types. And as we go into this session, one thing that I want you to know, there's a keynote there's a quote from Zora Headstone, which says, research is formalized curiosity. And I hope that today we get to see that curiosity turned into real-world impacts from the presentations that we are going to have. And I hope as we listen, as we go through, we can narrow that gap between knowledge and response with the industry experts that we have. And I hope also from our different disciplines, as we're going to be going through these presentations, we get to find our fit, we listen to engage, we listen to find where we can come through, be it multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, but let's just make sure it's disciplinary, right? Okay, so I'm just going to give us a few rules before our presenters can come through. So we have our timekeeper. Just look out to your left when you're presenting. They'll be giving you demarcations in terms of your time. Just try to stick to your time. And also you will see on your tables, no one wants to see the red one. When you see the red one, please know that, yes, there are consequences. We focus on consequence management. Okay, so I was going to speak about the QR code on your tables. Please be reminded to vote for the best overall poster, and also vote for the first runner-up in that category, and also vote for the second runner-up. So vote for one person in each category. Then we also have the best research for social impact. Just vote for one person. So please just make sure you scan and vote for those in that order, okay? Okay, thank you so much. So without wasting much time, we're just going to go into our presentations. And just remember what I said. At the end of the day, maybe I might just ask you which disciplinary you're coming through with and who you're going to be working with. Okay, so we're starting with economics and finance with the title on how to study an infodemic and why it matters for the future of knowledge. And I welcome to the stage Dr. H. Combrick. Thank you.
the skills that one learns. I just want to know how I'm going to navigate through this because I don't have a clicker with me. But it's fine. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hercules, and this particular conversation today is of quite a massive amount of importance. This is a culmination of a lot of work, particularly in the interdisciplinary space. I just want to see if I can navigate. This is great. Interdisciplinary space and a culmination of the work that we've been doing, specifically in the form of studying an infodemic. The wicked problem of the world that we're trying to solve is uncertainty. Uncertainty is incredibly hard to measure, and the consequences of uncertainty are massive. This leads everything from disrupting markets to misinformation, vaccine hesitancy, you name it. I also just want to acknowledge our funders and the people that we collaborate with actively. It's very important to note that this work cannot happen in a vacuum. There's a lot of collaborators and a lot of organizations that we work with and a multitude of individuals to make this work possible. So none of this work is done in isolation or in a vacuum. I also would like to acknowledge some of the students, the collaborators, and the global thought leaders that we work with in this space. I'm going to ask that you take out your phone and throughout this presentation, just take some pictures of your phone that you can scan with a QR code a bit later. The one is the research lab, which is the knowledge mapping lab. And the other is some of our latest contributions that we have done in this. So if you want to find out more about the lab and the research group, please take a picture and scan the QR code, and then you can find out more about the people that we work with. So what is an infodemic? An infodemic is really just a widespread of information, especially in digital spaces. It creates something like an information overload about something. So where you have a lot of information that just came in about a particular topic, and it just becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. Infodemics influence behavior more often than not because of uncertainty. The greater the infodemic, the greater the uncertainty. And we can unpack uncertainty at a later stage, but the moment someone finds clarity, whether it is informed or misinformed, amidst an infodemic, they tend to gain power, because that is the clarity that people and different organizations and groups gravitate towards, even though it might be false. What infodemics do is it can fuel mistrust, undermine public health, and policy responses. So are infodemics confined to health? No. Infodemics, and pretty much here at the bottom, in essence occurs in any domain where information spreads faster than people's ability to verify it. Okay, so this is very important, because if we cannot verify the information fast enough with people because there's just a barrage of information taking on, then we have an infodemic. A small but significant infodemic is AI in education. How does it work? What do we do? How do we use it? How don't we use it? That's an infodemic. Now, the kinds of domains that focus on infodemics tend to be public health, but also communication sciences, social sciences, behavioral sciences, policy studies, and you can think specifically around things that have to do with finance, where behavior as well as business influences the standard practice of what is happening. The research question that myself and the group tries to understand is, how can artificial intelligence specifically be used to identify, manage, and predict an infodemic? And this is the question that we're trying to unpack. So all of the work we do is really centered towards some form of this. How do we identify, manage, or predict an infodemic? So I'm going to present you with a lot of our outputs and a lot of the lessons, but I just want you to take note of this. So this is a search volume indices, right? So this is what people are Googling. This is a Google Trends example, but you can do this for a lot of platforms. So we have got a bunch of topics on there. We have vaccines, HPV, breast cancer, rugby, and HIV. And clearly, rugby, from an information-seeking behavior, is far more important than, for example, HIV, breast cancer, HPV, and vaccines. This means that understanding what people are looking for gives us a little bit of insight into their information-seeking behavior. And if you understand what people are seeking, you can try and ascertain what is going on in that domain. So we needed to get really good with information-seeking behavior. The second thing we needed to get good at was tracking sentiment. So this is an example of a study that we did with Pelokazim Kugeka, one of our PhD students. We tracked and managed 150,000 conversations that took place on social media to try and understand what the perspectives were given sentiment, given COVID-19 in 2021 around vaccines. This is very difficult. You can't do this if you don't have computational tools and measures because people can't sit and read through these posts. So we have to build these systems. Because of this, we created an indicator. The indicator is called the social stress indicator, and the social stress indicator takes sentiment analysis, subjectivity, and information-seeking behavior, and conglomerates, puts it together in a composite indicator that we can use to track what these conversations and dialogues mean over time. And what's really cool is we can combine these with other indicators like economic indicators, and here I'm going to give credit to the dean. It was an idea that culminated into something that was tangible and scientifically viable. The lessons that we learned started to change from identifying the problem to managing it. And this is where we started working with collaborators, the Department of Health, the World Health Organization, UNICEF, etc. The first issue that we had is we needed to find out who the misfluencers were. Because if misfluencers mobilize misinformation quite heavily. And if you can work with misfluencers, you can start managing uncertainty. And this is where the collaboration and the story changed. Typically at a master's and PhD level, we work with these things. What we started doing when we started managing this is we started working with the Department of Health, we started working with other communication change and communication like Media Africa, etc., to build what we call social listening reports. It gives a snapshot of the misinformation at the time, but then the recommendations of how we can change that. So we worked in this space. What we then realized was there was a bigger problem. If someone wants to produce a new bit of information amidst uncertainty, can we predict what society could potentially do with this information? And that's where the majority of my work and my research lies. It's about creating a digital twin of this kind of work to try and predict how do we manage misinformation and how does it spread. It requires big data, requires high-performance computing, and it requires a lot of AI. And when I say AI, I don't mean ChatGPT, I mean fundamentally as an engineer sitting and programming all the pipelines in order to study the streams of data. It's a very complicated task. And we're applying this in fields of finance and business analytics because we are realizing that there's an unintended cost and consequence to misinformation and misinformation spread, specifically in finance and business. So what did we do? We realized that we needed a little bit more community data, so we built an app. This app's available on the Google Play Store. It's called Infodemics. And at this point in time, the rollout for Infodemics, with the support of the Department of Health and UNICEF, 46,000 users in the Department of Health are going to use this app to record rumors for us so we can analyze the data and share it with the public. And what's really niche about this is we're doing this from the Free State. So we're informing what is going to happen in Kigali, and we're going to, what's going to happen in Egypt from the University of the Free State, just through something like this little app. And so to wrap up all of this work and to create a sort of fertile breeding ground for what we do, I wrote a book about all of this stuff. It's currently in Springer Nature. It's called Computational Infodemiology, which is a transdisciplinary field we created as a result of this. Please scan the QR code, this one, and buy the book. It means a lot. The bottom line with all of this work, and to tie into the research group, is that this cannot happen in a vacuum at all. I'm just a scientist. I do apps and I do data. I love apps, I love data. I know very little about culture, cultural consequences, the nuance of business and the nuance of finance. But I have to work with these people all the time to contextualize the work and make it more feasible, more plausible, and its implementation better. And so my starting point for every single bit of research that there is what does the team look like, not what am I going to get out of it. And just to highlight, we do publish in Q1 and Q2 journals mainly. Our work focuses heavily on getting good academic work out. But I want to show you something important to us, and that's this page, these two pages of references. As you can see, there's no queue attached to these 2 pages, but I always list them as outputs, and that is because we publish our data. This means that you can go and use our data for your own research, right? In the name of open science. There's no academic metric that says this, I'm not going to get any kind of kickback, or there's no incentive really to do this other than getting more collaboration. Out of all the work we've published to date, the things that have added the most value to the work we do in the lab and the group has been the books we publish, as well as the data we publish, because it enables other people from around the world to go, this is very unique. I can actually use this in business. Can you tell me more about how the data was acquired, and how do you use this? Tracking sentiment for finance is actually quite important. Tracking sentiment for misinformation in India is quite important. And are there lessons that we can learn across the different continent using this? And so my message to you is, whatever you do, if you want to really make an impact with your work, or try to make an impact, try to add quite a significant amount of transparency to what you do. And make your data sets available so that other people can come in, scrutinize it, and work with it, because that enables this kind of collaboration that we need. I believe that's me done. Thank you. I think that's everything. I'm not sure. Where's the mic later?
Thank you so much for the presentation. That was quite insightful. We have learned a lot. We'll move on to the next presenter. So unfortunately, the presentation from business management is not going to happen. Our presenter is not around. So we'll move on to the Center for Development Support, where Dr. Somerville will be presenting to us on the title University, Planet and Reparative Actions. Welcome, Doc.
Good day to everyone. I'm working together with Professor Melanie Walker on a project titled University, Planet and Reparative Action, which we abbreviate as UNIPRA. The presentation today focuses on the participatory storytelling strand, where participants created stories of planetary consciousness. By way of background, the UNIPRA project builds on our earlier SUSA study, Sustainability Universities in South Africa, conducted in 2023, which investigated perspectives on sustainability at 2 South African universities. That study showed unevenness in how sustainability was understood and operationalized. Given the criticality of the global climate and nature emergency, we were concerned to find out about the role and contribution that higher education can make to promote eco-social flourishing, and also to identify where this is happening in the university space. So UNIPRA aimed to identify cases of best practice across community, campus, and classroom, to understand how the university operationalizes reparative pedagogy in action, and to refine our understanding of the role and contribution of higher education to integrated ecological and social flourishing. We identified 3 cases of best practice at the university to understand how eco-social values and transformative learning are advanced in each case. So firstly, we had a community case that looked at the role of university actors, that was researchers and community engagement, in responding to the 2022 Jagersfontein mine tailings dam disaster. Our campus case drew on the extracurricular activities on the campus, and specifically the Access program and the projects in its environmental strand. And the classroom case, we were looking to understand what transformative learning looks like in the pedagogical space, and we selected 2 modules, a sociology honors module titled The Sociology of Population and the Environment, and a second-year geography module, Biogeography and Climate Studies. Our conceptual framing was complex and layered. It comprises 3 dimensions. Firstly, the capability approach, which we are using to understand the contribution of the university in fostering eco-social capabilities and functionings. Amartya Sen stated that the environment is not only a matter of passive preservation, but also one of active pursuit. And in 2024, Sterling suggested that the higher education sector is doing too little, too late. However, the capability approach is ontologically anthropocentric, and relationality is restricted to people, humans and humans, rather than to nature, humans with nature. Also, while strongly focused on social justice, the approach has little to say about repair and past injustices. So that's where we turn to Mbembe and his notion of planetary consciousness. He calls for a new planetary consciousness that recognizes the interdependent relationships that human beings have with the environment, that combats racism and draws on all the archives of the world, including African systems of thought. His call includes a reparative dimension. He speaks about other ways of inhabiting the earth anew, of caring, repairing, and sharing, which he says are the very conditions of the earth's sustainability and ours. Our third conceptual pillar is that of transformative learning, which Mesereau describes as transforming frames of reference through critical reflection. And Freire used the term conscientization. Some scholars pushed that further for transgressive learning, which as radical forms of learning-based change, to disrupt norms and structures. While necessary, we see this as the ideal and long-term, and in this respect, we turned with Croth et al. From those ideas of what they call transformative learning theory, rather to transformative learning practice as a long arc of continuous lifelong learning, which contributes to processes of overall formation. These processes are characterized by reflection, relationality, and intention as dimensions of reparative pedagogy. In each case, we conducted interviews with key informants and student focus groups, trying to understand the contribution of the university in advancing reparative pedagogies. In the campus and classroom cases, we also conducted participatory photo story workshops with student volunteers from the campus access group, 4 participants, and the geography and sociology modules, 7 and 8 participants respectively. And it is this strand that I will explain in more detail. We're still in the early stages of data analysis, so I do not claim to present findings, but I share our processes and preliminary thinking from the data. Participatory storytelling as transformative learning. We did the storytelling, we conducted 3-day workshops with each of the 3 groups. And the theme for the workshop was creating a planet and people story, drawing on your participation and learning experiences in the geography or sociology or in the access environmental projects. Day 1 was spent on conceptual work, discussing the notion of planetary consciousness, talking about perspectives on the climate crisis and what it means individually and collectively. And then participants drafted their written text of their stories. Day 2 was spent on visual work, combining text and images to develop their stories into photo stories. And day 3 was spent co-creating, sharing, and co-curating their final photo stories. And that was followed by reflection activities. During the workshop, we played videos and shared images and held discussions. We asked participants to reflect. We asked them to think about planetary consciousness, people-people relations, planet-human relations, their own and that of others. We asked them specifically, what matters to you? How do you relate to nature and to people? We asked them about the feelings that were evoked by videos and images that we presented and the values that were portrayed. And we asked them questions like, is planetary health only instrumental for human well-being, or is it valuable in its own right? We discussed the need for repair and for connection and reconnection, and how to show care and repair. We asked questions like, can humankind be good for nature? And what would a good relationship with nature or the earth look like? And we asked them questions about intention and what action to take. What does planetary consciousness require us to do more, or better, or differently? How would or should we live? What would they have to change in their own lives? And we spoke about values of our own and values in storytelling. And we drew strongly on this quote from Pope Francis in the Laudate Si in 2015, where he said a true ecological approach always becomes a social approach. It must integrate questions of debates of justice in debates on the environment, so as to hear both the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor. So we asked, what are their core values? What formed them? Where do they come from? How does their geography or sociology or access project learning shape their knowledge, their values, their attitudes, their behavior towards the planet? And what story do they want to write? What is the key message they want to tell? And how will they do that? Each of the students produced an individual story. Initially, they all found it hard to write. They found it hard to be creative and to find a message. After all, they've been trained in reproducing facts. But the switch came once they were able to think about what really matters to them and to draw on their personal experiences. And in the end, they produced some really lovely and quite profound mixed stories. And I'm going to share one of these stories with you now. It's titled From Uswazi, the Stick, to Life, A Journey of Reconciliation with Nature by Zinhle Vanda. Pain and distance. As a child growing up in an African household, my earliest connection with the environment was not gentle. I used to see trees as my enemies because in my eyes they were Uswazi that my mother used to use to discipline me. The tree I feared but needed. At home we had a peach tree. It stood tall at the back of our yard. I did not know trees by their names or their beauty, but by their pain. The only time I appreciated a tree was in summer, when it served us peaches and offered shade. That is the only time where I felt the tree was not trying to hurt me. Discovery and awakening. As I grew, education reshaped how I saw the world. I learned that trees are not just branches and leaves. They breathe, they give life, and they hold stories. Understanding and reconnection. Now when I see a tree, I see nourishment, a promise of balance and connection. Trees absorb harmful carbon dioxide, give us nutritious fruit. They provide shelter for birds and some animals. They enhance and enrich life in ways I'd never noticed before. Transformation and harmony. My relationship with nature has been transformed. The peach tree that once represented pain in my eyes now reminds me of growth and reconciliation. It stands as a symbol of how I have learned to see nature, not as something to endure, but a partnership that embraces one life with another. Roots of reconciliation. The same tree that once produced Uswazi still produces fruits, a reflection of how I too have grown. I no longer see the environment as distant or threatening. Planet consciousness begins with personal awakening. When we heal our relationships with nature, we also heal ourselves. The tree that once hurt me now teaches me that growth and harmony can bloom from the same roots of pain. Each of the students produced an individual story. Initially, they all found it hard to write, to be creative, and to find a message. Sorry. The groups worked together, sharing their stories, helping and commenting on each other's stories, reflecting on the images, the meanings, and their messages. And the final output of each workshop was a collaborative story collection. At the end of the workshops, we asked participants to reflect on the stories and the storying process. We asked, what did you learn through the photo storying process? What did you learn from each other through the co-creation? What do your stories say about your understanding of planetary consciousness, individually and collectively? And based on your learning or your understanding, what, if anything, might you do differently now? What will you change, and what action will you take? From a sample of responses, their reflections are indicative of taking reparative action. They indicated the need and willingness to take responsibility, actively doing something to make a difference. For example, recycling, using environmentally friendly products, to stop littering. They wanted to be more vocal and to advocate for environmental justice and protection of the environment. For example, Bonolo said, I will change my ignorance and pay attention to my consumption. They wanted to connect with nature and others, raising awareness on social media. For example, Busi said, I will change how I look at the environment. I need to start treating it like a living thing. And they showed that they want to be intentional, to educate and inform others, their friends, their family, their communities back home, to share their knowledge and make others aware. They want to be agentic. They also want to be more mindful and aware of their own actions, like Bonola spoke about her consumption. They specifically want to use to think more mindfully about their use of digital technology and artificial intelligence, because they've learned how much energy it uses. They want to apply the learning in their own lives. For example, Recha Getswe said, I want to take my learning and apply it in my life, creating and being the change our environment needs. This was the feedback from Zintle, whose story I read. She said, writing my own story reminded me of where I come from and made me appreciate where I am now. The feedback and co-creation process were important because they helped me see my story from different perspectives and improve how I expressed my experiences. What I liked more about the feedback is that it did not try to change my voice in my story. The photo story process helped me understand how caring for the planet is also a journey of self-discovery and respect for where we come from. I don't promise to change the world overnight, because I know real change takes time, but I believe small actions can make a difference. And finally, we asked the groups how they want their stories to speak back to the university, and what concrete advice they might give to the university to foster planetary consciousness on campus among staff and students. They said they want more events on environmental awareness. They want posters across campus, discussions on environmental topics, and they suggested interfaculty debates. They want top-down messaging, but they want bottom-up action. They suggested that the UFS 101 module should include topics on ecological and social justice rather than on time management. They want campus-wide recycling. They want to see more bins and better access to bins. They suggested that sanitary pads are made freely available, as condoms are. And they suggested that food garden initiatives extend beyond residences, that there should be community gardens for off-campus students too. And finally, they say no to fake grass. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Doc, for the presentation. We will move on to the next presenter, who will be coming from the Department of Industrial Psychology, and calling upon Prof. Masin, who is presenting on the research niche areas of industrial psychology. Prof. Masin.
Good morning, everybody. I've got the shortest presentation here today, so my job is just to introduce the research niche areas of industrial psychology that we're currently working on, and then we're also in the process to refine this going forward. So this is what we currently have. We've got 3 basic research niche areas, one in employee well-being, another one in career development, and then a last one in employability. If we look at the first one, employee well-being, we've focused and we've grouped the research together and in antecedents, the mediators and moderators, as well as the outcomes involved in that. And we've got various colleagues that's working in each of these various fields. And we also then just collated all the research that we've been doing the past 5 years, and I will make the presentation available to everybody through IGNA, for those of you that would like to know and see who's the colleagues that's working on the specific fields, specifically then related to employee well-being. The second research niche area is career development, and there the focus is on career crafting, career sustainability, adaptability of careers, career resilience, and then the vocational identity of individuals as well as how do we craft that and how do we move forward. Now, it's very important to realize that the niche areas are not standalone and that a lot of them are also intertwined and are talking together, so there is an overlap currently between the areas as well. The research here that's been done in the past 5 years focusing on subjective career success, vocational identity, and the things that I've already mentioned. And then our last research niche area talks about employability. And that also obviously links up with career development. And here the focus areas currently is on employability capital, competency development, graduate employability, and then we use that and see how can we enhance employability through things like work-integrated learning and then adult learning, lifelong learning, and those kind of things. And the research that we have there are the following. And that, in a nutshell, is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And up next, still from industrial psychology, I'll be calling Dr. Delport to present on the impact of technostress on work exhaustion, a boundary management perspective.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's always scary to stand here in front of a crowd of experts and you don't really know if they know more about the subject than you do. So yeah, very scary. But we thought it interesting to share some of our research with you on a topic that might cut close to home and something that most of you probably have experienced at some point in your life. And that is the impact of technostress on work exhaustion, but specifically from a boundary management perspective. So perhaps just as a backdrop to the study, the advent of the digital age has resulted in the integration of technology into basically every facet of human existence. There has been an unprecedented surge in our reliance on technology in order to remain competitive in what can only be described as an ever-expanding global arena. Now, notwithstanding the array of benefits that these technologies have realized, there has also, unfortunately, been some unintended adverse effects, two of which are work intensification and work extension. Now, work intensification refers to this notion that I consistently need to work harder or faster in order to meet organizational deadlines. And it came about due to the increased complexity and pace of the business landscape, often riddled with multitasking requirements and information overload. Work extension, on the other hand, comes about when the boundaries between work and home start to blur, and it becomes difficult to discern where exactly does one's work stop and where does one's personal life begin. Now, both of these elements are encapsulated in the notion of technostress, and it serves as a key stressor of our current era, especially amongst knowledge workers. And this brings me to the problem statement of the study. So academia used to be viewed as a low-stress, high social standing, and autonomous work environment. However, due to rapid changes in funding structures, managerial strategies, and also increased educational demands, it seems that the health and well-being of employees are under threat. Now, globally, there has been significant increases in work exhaustion amongst academics, to the extent where it's starting to rival the medical profession, which has traditionally been viewed as having some of the highest levels of burnout. So the question is, how do employees navigate the work-life interface in ways that are conducive to their well-being? And in order to answer this research question, we need to approach it from a holistic perspective, taking into consideration the individual, the organization, as well as the technological landscape that shapes boundary behavior. And this brings us to our research question: what are the psychological mechanisms through which technostress facilitates work exhaustion from a boundary management perspective? So the study draws on two important theories. The first is the boundary and the border theory by Clark and Ashford and colleagues. And the second is the effort recovery model by Meisman and Mulder. Now, the boundary and the border theories try to explain how individuals go about creating and managing boundaries between work and home domains. The challenge here is that technology complicates the work-life interface by facilitating boundary violations from occurring and essentially tethering an individual to their workplace even after working hours. The effort recovery model tries to explain how the ebb and flow between periods of effort and periods of recovery go throughout the day. So the challenge here is work demands activate what we call the psychophysiological systems within the body. And ideally, these psychophysiological systems should return to their baseline levels following periods of recuperation and recovery. However, constant connectivity prevents psychological detachment from work-related stressors, which essentially prevents these psychophysiological systems to return to their baseline levels, preventing recovery and leading to work exhaustion. So there were 4 contextual factors that we were quite interested in that might impact how individuals go about managing the boundaries between work and home domains. The first is their segmentation preferences. So individuals differ to the extent to which they prefer to integrate or to segment work and home domains. The second factor was work centrality. So individuals who are highly work-centric often seek out opportunities to enact their work roles even outside of work context, something that as academics we probably often do. We put on our academic hat when we speak to colleagues or friends or over the weekend, so we might be slightly more vulnerable to this. Then obviously work demands. The expectation is that the higher the work demands, the more likely it is to spill over into the home domain. Another factor often overlooked is an organization's integration norms. So organizations that advocate for work-life integration and constant availability might unintentionally discourage active or healthy boundary enactment. Okay, so this is the conceptual model that we formulated. On face value, you can see it looks quite complicated. There are a lot of mediating and moderating variables at play, a lot of indirect effects through which certain variables influence other variables. But allow me to try and simplify the process for you. So in the middle sits boundary management tactics. And we theorize that if an individual lacks this skill, it might result in some unintended consequences. And those can be found in red. So higher levels of work-life conflict, reduced recovery experiences, and higher incidence of work exhaustion. The challenge is that boundary management is complexly determined. Human behavior in general is complexly determined. It's an interaction between the individual and their environment with technology as the backdrop. And therefore, we also needed to incorporate these elements that push and pull the boundary behavior of employees. And therefore, we included in yellow the individual factors, in green the organizational factors, and then in gray the technological landscape. So the study used an explanatory ex post facto design with cross-sectional data. Ideally, one would have liked to use longitudinal data, given all the causal mechanisms at play. But given the complexity of the model, that just wasn't possible. The sample consisted out of 521 higher education employees. Both academic and support staff were included, with high variability in access to flexible work arrangements. So roughly 50% of our sample worked normal office hours, like a 9 to 5. 40% worked hybrid work arrangements, and roughly 10% worked from home most of the time. We employed structural equation modeling as the preferred statistical technique. We used previously validated scales as well as some of the scales that we developed ourselves. And we also controlled for variability in access to flexible work arrangements before we tested the model. These were the findings of our model. 21 path-specific hypotheses were tested, 14 of which were supported, and 7 which were not supported. So the arrows in red are the ones that we did not find support for. But if you're familiar with the same methodology, you'll see that in the upper right-hand corner, the fit statistics look quite good, which means that this theorized model is a permissible explanation of how this process plays out in reality. Now, I don't have enough time to explain all the causal mechanisms at play this morning, but allow me to draw your attention to some of the key findings of the study. The first of which was that technostress has a pervasive impact on employee well-being. It essentially erodes boundaries between work and home domains, It interferes with employee recovery by preventing psychological detachment, and over time that leads to exhaustion, fatigue, and burnout. Boundary management tactics, or the strategies that individuals use to keep work and home domains separate, served as a key safeguarding mechanism to prevent these adverse effects from happening. We also identified some key risk areas for individuals. So those who have strong work orientations, these are individuals who define themselves in terms of their role and their work, and individuals who prefer to integrate work and home domains, a strategy most of us at some point probably relied on to juggle the competing demands of work and family life. These individuals are more at risk or more vulnerable to experience work exhaustion. A very interesting finding of the study is that it was not work demands per se that seemed to be the issue here. It is an organization's culture or norms surrounding work and life integration. So organizations that glorify long working hours and encourage constant connectivity, these are conditions that foster work exhaustion amongst employees. So these are the insights. The question is now, how do we move to the implementation part? And I think there's 2 or 3 different levels at which we can pitch this. At an individual level, I think we should start with sensitizing individuals towards the far-reaching consequences of technostress. We need to empower individuals with healthy boundary management strategies, and we need to teach them how to use technology mindfully. So yes, having your work email come through on your cell phone might seem convenient, but it does have some adverse effects on your recovery and your health and well-being. Secondly, from an organization's perspective, I think it's important to formulate clear policies surrounding the expectations of after-hour communications, especially with regards to emails or calls that happen outside of normal work time. We need to encourage organizational cultures that advocate for work-home segmentation rather than integration. And then finally, we need to encourage managers to model healthy digital habits. So if I can use an example, if your manager sends out critically important information on an email on a Sunday evening, expecting you to report on that in a discussion or a meeting on a Monday morning, they are undoubtedly creating the expectation that you should remain connected even after working hours. And that creates the conditions that foster work exhaustion. Now, just in summary, the study wasn't perfect. Like any other study that you would know, there are some limitations. So like I said, we use cross-sectional data. Ideally, we would have liked longitudinal data. There were some sampling bias present, so the sample was skewed to the female white population, so it might not generalize across all cultural groups. And most of our constructs were multidimensional, and we aggregated them. So we don't necessarily know if there are subscales or subdimensions that have different pull or pull factors at play. Future trajectories should probably opt for longitudinal studies. They should explore under which circumstances is integration a healthy strategy. And then finally, they should test reciprocal relationships, something that is often challenging in structural equation modeling. So the key takeaway here is that boundary management is essential for preventing work exhaustion from occurring and guarding against the pervasive effects of technostress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Delport. We continue learning, we are gaining insights, we are finding our feet in all of these discussions. And moving over, we're going to the School of Accountants. This is the department that always makes sure things add up. So we have our first presenter, Dr. Du Plessis and Prof. Prinsloo, who are going to present to us on, the title is South Africa's Auditor Liability Regime Fit for Purpose? A cross-disciplinary study for the SA Institute of Chartered Accountants. Welcome.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So we've been given 7 minutes to give you a brief overview of the auditor liability project that we're currently working on for the SA Institute of Chartered Accountants. Now, I'm going to provide the background to the study as well as a bit of a context, and then my colleague from the Faculty of Law, Audrey Duplessis, will then provide you with an overview of our project. Now, to try and illustrate the problem that auditors are facing, I would like to refer to a hypothetical case study. We have an auditor, John Tabani. He has got his own practice, and he has been auditing a company by the name of Rainbow Limited for the past 5 years. Now, strangely enough, this company was recently placed into business rescue because it is unable to pay its debts as they become due, despite them having had a cash balance of 50 million rand on their balance sheet. However, that cash has been stolen by the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer, and the CFO is now sitting in Dubai. So there's no money to pay. The auditor missed this. The auditor missed the fact that the CFO has been stealing money over the past 3 years, partly due to the fact that the auditor was under pressure, the team had to meet the deadlines, they couldn't get bank confirmation letters supporting this balance, and in desperation, they spoke to the CFO, and the CFO miraculously produced a bank confirmation letter, which they then accepted for audit purposes. Obviously, that is not very reliable evidence. So now the company and third parties are suing John for 50 million rand for the amount that they've lost, because he issued an inappropriate opinion on the financial statements. And poor John is now risking losing his life savings and, in fact, his practice, because it is likely that because of the loss of confidence in his audit work, clients are going to desert him. So why is this relevant now? Well, I think we're all familiar with the audit failures that have taken place in the last couple of years, where the financial statements of companies, of large companies, were materially misstated, and auditors missed the misstatements. The amounts are huge, so the potential claims against the auditors could also be huge. We also have the audit regulator, the RBA, intensifying the enforcement. One example is sanctions that are imposed on auditors for improper conduct. Improper conduct could include, for example, being negligent in the performance of your work. The sanctions that are now available to the RBA would be fines of up to 5 million rand for individual registered auditors per offence or per charge, and then up to 15 million rand to the firm. Then, in 2013, the World Bank undertook an evaluation of the accounting and audit practices in South Africa and concluded that auditor liability regime is hampering the growth of the profession, and they recommended a couple of things, including that there needs to be limited liability partnerships introduced in South Africa for audit firms. There's also been a number of global reforms that have taken place where there's been capping of audit liability and proportionate liability that has been introduced. These mechanisms have not been thoroughly evaluated in the South African context, hence the need for the research. We also have market concentration. Most of the JSE-listed companies are audited by the big four firms, and it's very difficult for mid-tier firms to take on these types of clients, partly due to the liability concerns. And then lastly, and importantly, the number of registered auditors has been declining over the past decade or two, and quite significantly so. This was already in 2010 off a low base, and this has gone even smaller because of the risk and the regulatory concerns that auditors have. So that's a bit of background. So SAICA felt that it is important to do independent research here. This is obviously a vexing area of conflict between the need to balance public interest with the with a need to have a sustainable audit profession. So we were asked to undertake work to inform policy on having a fit-for-purpose auditor liability regime. And of course, we felt that we need to draw not only on the insights and the knowledge of the School of Accountancy in the audit practice and audit process environment, but also on the Faculty of Law. And therefore, we have partnered up. We've just linked this to sustainable development, the theme for this conference, because auditors play a key role in providing credible information for decision-making on the part of financiers, which obviously is key to economic growth, effective capital allocation, and responsible management of organizations. Over to you, Audrey.
Thanks, Frans. Okay, so as Frans said, the core objective of this whole project is to assess the suitability of the current auditor's liability framework and whether it's fit for purpose for going forward. And we're looking at it from a regulatory, a legal, as well as a professional perspective. And it's a particularly timely project because at the moment, the IRBA, the regulatory body, is preparing submissions for government for proposed changes to and amendments to the Auditing Professions Act. So the project is basically divided into two phases, which I'll quickly describe. Yes, thank you. So the first paper is basically a literature review. We're using case law, legislation, and academic writing to analyze the current framework of the potential liability of auditors in South Africa. The second paper, we are drawing on international jurisdictions. We're currently working on two of them, the UK and Australia, to look at how their frameworks for auditors' liability, as well as the mechanisms that they employ to limit or potentially limit the auditor's liability. The third paper we are undertaking is then to combine all the various methods of limiting audited liability. This is backed basically also by the World Bank's report that suggested compulsory professional indemnity insurance and the limited liability partnership. And that was basically as a result of, at the time, the adoption of this particular legal form in other jurisdictions like the UK, the US, Singapore, and Germany as a method to limit the auditor's liability. We will then also, in our third paper, look at the broader professional liability framework, for instance, professional liability for the medical profession and for the legal profession, to sort of see where does auditor's liability fit in. Then the second phase of our project is actually the more exciting phase, I would think, is the World Bank with the report on observations and standards and conduct for auditing and accountants. That was a report commissioned by the Minister of Finance in 2013. And that was participatory research where they engaged with academics, with banks, with financial institutions, with accountants, auditing, and with academia. And we believe that more than a decade later is perhaps a good time to again engage with various stakeholders to see or to gauge their perceptions of liability, but also about general regulatory reforms, etc., in the profession. So we will develop research instruments together with our partner SAICA, and based also on our findings of our of the first phase, to then engage with the relevant stakeholders in this. And then what we're also going to do as part of the project is assist them in writing a submission for government on policy changes and reform about auditors' liability. Yes, that is what the project is all about. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to our presenters, and we are moving well within our time. And I'm going to call upon the next presenters. I think if any of you are like me, when we hear about SARS, I always think about how much am I owing this time? What is it that they want from me? But I just want you all to sit back, relax, and enjoy, because the next presentation is about SARS, but definitely they are not going to ask you anything. So I'm going to call upon Mr. Mills, Mr. Motelesi, and Mr. Zalu to come and present on bridging theory and practice, a simulated SARS e-filing system to develop graduate attributes in accounting education. Welcome.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Tolani, and I'll be presenting on the topic Bridging Theory and Practice, SARS filing for graduate readiness. So this study came about to bridge the gap between theory and practice. We developed a SARS e-filing, a simulated SARS e-filing system in-house in the School of Accounting to respond to the gap that literature has attributed to the lack of practical experience and practical exposure that students receive in a classroom setup. So this study then has the following objectives. We aimed to measure students' familiarity and confidence with the SARS e-filing before and after completing the assignment. And we also aimed to assess the extent to which the simulation supported the development and digital skills and workplace readiness for the students, and also to gather student feedback on the assessment, on the assignment's challenges, suggested improvements, and its perceived relevance for workplace preparation. Our literature review, just simple. So current literature in accounting education emphasizes digital competencies as a core graduate attribute. Industry bodies highlighted that theoretical proficiency alone is insufficient without the ability to operate professional digital tools like the SARS e-filing. And then experiential learning research further suggests that active task-based engagement deepens understanding more effectively than passive instruction. The simulation model then aligns with the educational principles that I just mentioned now. So about the assignment, our assignment had 4 phases. First, we saw the need due to the gap, and then we developed the simulation to simulate the actual SARS e-filing. And then from there, within the simulation, a VET 201 assignment was embedded where the students were given a fictitious scenario with VAT-related transactions which required correct interpretation and entry into the VAT return. The assignment was completed individually over a 3-day window, and the cloned platform automatically assessed the students, meaning that there was no need for the lecturer to sit and assess the students. And then so students completed a structured survey and captured qualitative and quantitative reflections on the experience after having had submitted the assignment. So I'll just take you through a brief overview of how the system actually looks like. Before the students could actually access the system, we sent them an announcement. They had to be onboarded to the system. The announcement looked something like this. And then from there, they had a link. On the link, when they click on the link, they access this page, which almost all of us are familiar with this page. It's not a nice page, of course, I know it's SARS page, but almost all of us are familiar with this page. From here, the students then had to register. Upon registering, no student could register if they were not onboarded to the system. This was a security measure to ensure that the system is only used by our students and not anyone outside our students. And then from here, this is the registration page. Username, we just required the student number, module code, and then the rest of the details, their own personal details. We did not collect any delicate information because we were simulating an environment. We're not collecting any data, personal data, basically. And then after registering, as you can see, there's a disclaimer here in red. The disclaimer indicates that this is a simulation. It's used for educational purposes, and it's not used for any monetary gains and all of that. So from here, there's also another disclaimer. Welcome to the UFS 2024 Tax E-Filing Assignment platform. They then had to log in. Upon logging in, this is the page that they'll then land on. From the landing page, the student had to click on returns, the normal finding your returns on the SARS e-filing. They had to click on the returns, and then after clicking on the returns, then click on VET 201 on the side, and then the work page will then appear. After the work page, they had to then click on the VET 201, and the form will then appear. An exact simulation of the SARS website. This was done so that the students can actually get real-life exposure of how the SARS e-filing looks like. And then from here, the lecturer has this interface where you have the Students tab, where you can see all students that are registered, the download students' data in Excel. The student completes the assignment, and then the system pulls the data to this tab, and then the lecturer just downloads the data to Excel. After downloading this, they just upload it on Blackboard with no need to capture anything. The system does the capturing. And then our methodology, we employed a multi-method research design where qualitative and quantitative data was collected through quantitative data was collected through linked scale questionnaire items, while qualitative data insights were gathered through open-ended responses. The sample consisted of 410 students registered for tax. Data analysis included statistical interpretation of quantitative data and coding of qualitative comments. Our results are as follows. So prior to the assignment, 58% of the students reported that they were not familiar with the SARS e-filing, and after completing the task, approximately 80% indicated increased confidence in operating the SARS e-filing. And then about 54% reported significant improvement in understanding VAT processes in practice, and challenges, the most frequently reported challenge noted by approximately 58% of the students involved applying theoretical content in a practical setup. And then 94% of the students rated available resources like the announcement to be helpful. And yes, this is basically my story. Thank you so much.
All right, that was School of Accountancy. Thank you so much. And moving over to Public Administration and Management, we will have Dr. Du Plessis to present on interdisciplinary research and societal impact in public administration, emerging challenges for the political administrative interface in coalition governments. He happens to be our program director, and he can direct anytime, so yes, let's wait for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you know me, I'm Ambrose Du Plessis. I'm your former program director, but I wear my hat as the presenter of this insightful topic on the political administrative interface, specifically looking at emerging challenges that government is confronted with, and how do you deal with it in the context of coalition governments, how do you deal it, what's its implications for social impact. So one needs to dissect all these issues. So ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, the question that always, or what Ratschulder indicated, that say this phenomenon, government, is always in flux. It's always in motion. In 1989, Francis Fukuyama wrote an interesting paper, and he called it The End of History and the Last Man. And he said, at the end of history, there will be no need for philosophers. Philosophies will be gone. So democracy is the absolute idea. We have free market system, capitalism, and this spreads out throughout democracy. He said in the last day, it will merely be a case of the hanging of paintings. So we will look at these past philosophers and admire their wisdom and their knowledge in creating this democracy or the philosophy. But now we start seeing that what we're currently experiencing is that government is experiencing a polycrisis across the globe. We start getting the symptoms, you know, the classical saying, when America catches a cough, the rest of the world starts coughing. I think, you know, some places in the world are on CPR, you know, because democracies are busy dying across the globe. If you look at what's happening in Western Europe, if you look at what's happening in Hungary, it's a classical case in Europe. The European Union cannot even get their house in order. So we see France is a flawed democracy. We see America is now for 8 consecutive years is no longer, it's a flawed democracy. So ultimately what we start seeing is that these policy, this phenomena, and how it should be studied, and how do we increase then ultimately our social impact. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the idea that we can use linear thinking in solving this problem, cause and effect, right? It seems like our philosophies has reached their sell-by date in mitigating the challenges that we experience. Because now we need to address complex public policy problems, and then so your single cause in effect is no longer feasible, and then the 21st century do not require these engineering approaches because it has reached its sell-by date, and it's no longer feasible in understanding the 21st century. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the classic idea that politics is politics and business is business, that we can start thinking in a binary world of left or right, up or down, east or west, is no longer feasible. The world is not binary. There's no clear-cut separation anymore, because what we start seeing is that overlap. That's why we talk about the interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, but you see the overlap of disciplines. And then we are ultimately, because we do not have the tools to address that, it becomes really difficult to solve the problem. And then ultimately what you also have is that the limitations, and this is quite in public administration, you know, the empiricist approach to solving government problem, efficiency and effectiveness, borrowing heavily from economics, you know, from efficiency scholars. What we should solve is no longer capable of solving our problems because the empiricist approach has lost itself by date. So one ultimately needs to gather knowledge in terms of both, if you look at from philosophy as well as pragmatism, is very necessary, because philosophy allows us to generate new hypotheses and test these theories, especially in our context, if you do contextual analysis. So these disciplinary silos, eventually, if you look at political science and humanities, public administration, in EMS, and you see it across the world, economics actually in other countries is in the social sciences, is in the political science department, but you can see the embedded philosophical constructs that prove to be really problematic. And then if you look at, for example, the interdisciplinary approach. So why the interdisciplinary approach? The problem is we have wicked problems, and these disciplines need to complement one another, right? We need to integrate new insights from political science, public administration, other fields, economics, sociology, philosophy, and all these other fields. And then ultimately, we need to transcend our own traditional discipline boundaries. So the question is, how may interdisciplinary interdisciplinarity influence the political administrative interface in coalition governments. And here, just for illustrative purposes, if you look at how these two disciplines, ultimately it's about the synchronization, as what was discussed earlier in solving a common problem. How do you synthesize? How do you work from these disciplines to solve our problems? And actually working from a research problem and addressing that particular aspect. So another approach that one can also utilize is critical discourse analysis. With critical discourse analysis, one can challenge a discipline's hegemony, philosophical hegemony, embedded constructs that doesn't really allow the discipline to engage with other disciplines. So one can ultimately also look at critical discourse analysis and then having these comprehensive analysis in terms of the significance of interdisciplinary research and ultimately detailed analysis of how we solve a particular problem. And then if you look at, you have RAPCO's 10 steps approach to how to conduct interdisciplinary research. I'm not going to go through all these steps, but it's a clear step that how do you work with different disciplines, how do they work together to try to solve a common phenomena from these disciplines. So ultimately one can then start looking, but the problem with interdisciplinary is it's not being taught at universities. It's not a thing, it's almost philosophical or theological, you know. It's like we vote for politicians and we hope they're going to save us. But they don't have a license, they don't have a car, they don't know how to read a map. It's the theological constructs of these things. And then we say, no, but we voted for you, but I can't drive. How are you going to get to Cape Town? And then ultimately, if you look at the key disciplines, now we look at the implications of the GNU. I think I'm running out of time. We need to look at insights from political science, public administration, economics, and law. And one can even go further because I'm testing now the idea how we can borrow from theology, because much of theology has influenced how we understand government, because you need to understand the theological principles or the idea of hope. After I vote for you, you will save me, but I know you won't be able to save me. And then ultimately, it requires a nuanced approach, you know, borrowing from these strands from the various disciplines, and then ultimately political science focusing on political institutions, public administration and government institutions, and then economics, if you look at the efficiency, resources, and all these other aspects, and then law will then give you a legislative framework. But the problem with law, it's also dangerous because of Max Weber's iron cage. As once we have formulated these laws like we have now in our constitution, no political party will have a 2/3 majority, so you'll be trapped in Max Weber's iron cage. You cannot maneuver, because your legislative constraints makes it really difficult for you to have impact. And the problem that you have with law, recently a judgment that was made by the High Court made a judgment on independence, but the courts doesn't have expertise on political science or electoral politics. So they made a judgment, but they didn't factor in the implications on wasted votes. Like if I'm an independent candidate and I get 1 million votes, I should be president, right? No, with proportional representation system that we have, they will determine a seat, they will calculate the seat you will have, and you get, but all the excess vote that you acquire, you're not getting it. It's wasted. So they haven't factored in this. So our courts are also not the solution. It means we need reimagining how we see government and how we see governance. And that's why we say currently we're in a Barney world. Barney, and I see that the Barney world is that the environment is brittle. We have a lot of brittle, nonlinear, anxiety, and incomprehensible. The things that we think we can't understand, we can control. It doesn't work that way. You have now the knowledge lifespan is now 3 years, and if you do not adapt quickly, you will surely fall by the wayside. And then ultimately, what we've seen now with the GNU, we see the blurring of lines, domestic policy, foreign policy. We see what's happening, for example, when bylaws are made, for example, renaming Send and Drive, the foreign policy implications, the economic implications, especially if one looks at the implications in terms of Gaza, if you look at international relations. We see the blurring of politics and business, right? We don't know politics and business. Where do you distinguish pro-business parties and anti-business parties, how do you evolve through that? The blurring of the role of the state and non-state actors, we start seeing the state is losing its legitimacy crisis, and I'm finishing up. And then if you look at the GNU White House, we see the White House with Donald Trump, where he says, it's beautiful, it's beautiful, it's beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, that's just promote interdisciplinary, develop a common framework, training, capacity building, and use for policy development. And then ultimately, the findings of this highlight the importance of interdisciplinary research in deepening our understanding of complex problems, which one can also say wicked problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Official Program Director. I can say he's the perfect example of do as I say, not as I do, when it comes to time management. But thank you so much for your presentation. We're moving over to the next presentation, still from Public Administration and Management, from Ms. Masloane, on state capacity in action, strengthening municipal systems for effective water infrastructure asset management. Welcome.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Mary, and the topic for my presentation for today, if it will be put up. Okay. All right. So the topic for my presentation for today is state capacity in action. I want to look at how state capacity can strengthen municipal systems, specifically in terms of water infrastructure asset management in our municipalities. Sorry, am I not supposed to see my presentation on the... I can't see it. But I will proceed. So why this study is important is because the delivery of water or access to potable water is important for us as communities. And water infrastructure then is important because then it conveys water to you and I as the end consumers. And water infrastructure is also important because it is the backbone of development, economic and social development within South Africa. Water, we need it to make our food, to clean ourselves. It's also important for energy security within South Africa. And so access to water is important, and the effective management then of water infrastructure is pivotal for us to have access to water. And so state capacity then comes in because state capacity looks at how effective the municipalities are in terms of delivering potable water to us as communities. And what it is that it is the capacity of the state to carry out its policies that deliver benefits and services to communities. It has a positive relationship as well in terms of the economic and social development of South Africa, and also the developmental outcomes of the state. And so when we look at what state capacity is, there are different functions of the state when you look at its capacity, but for the purpose of my study or this research, I'm looking specifically at the bureaucratic and the administrative capacity of the state, which looks basically at its competence and its ability to spend its tax proceeds so that it can effectively and efficiently deliver services to our communities. So state capacity within the local government sphere is all about how local governments are able to deliver sustainable, reliable, and equitable services to our communities, and in this case, the delivery of water services. And this is specifically outlined in the 1998 white paper on local government, which outlines the developmental mandate that the government or the local government should have. And so our municipalities are constitutionally and legally mandated to provide developmental services in terms of social and economic as well. And so the white paper also then emphasizes the need for municipalities or municipal institutions to be capacitated so that they can be able to provide the appropriate services to our communities. But we do, however, see that our municipalities face a lot of challenges when it comes to the delivery of services, as we will look at later in the presentation. So I want to also link state capacity with the NDP, because the NDP is arguably the most important policy document of South Africa in terms of the developmental mandate and also what the state intends to do in terms of what it wants to do for the communities and how it wants to develop South Africa. And so the NDP then, it is the long-term vision and plan for the country to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by the year 2013. And specifically, I'm focusing on Chapter 13 of the NDP, which talks about building a capable and developmental state. And so this is important because the NDP seeks to improve states' capacity to play a transformative and developmental role within our communities. Also, the NDP is important because it links with the Sustainable Development Goals and also the AU Agenda 2060 and other developmental agendas, not only nationally but internationally as well. So water infrastructure asset management, what is it? It is basically a combination of all of the management, the financial, the economic, engineering, and other practices that are applied to the physical assets of water infrastructure. So it is the formulation of all of the strategies and plans in order to enhance the effectiveness of the assets so that water can be properly delivered to the end consumer. So the aim of water infrastructure asset management is to maximize the value that is derived from an asset over its whole life cycle. So it links then with state capacity, because the effective management of water infrastructure tells us how a municipality is capacitated. And so it tells how well a municipality is able to plan, is able to budget, and manage its infrastructure, and that speaks to its capacity or state capacity. And this requires technical skills, it requires long-term financial planning, it requires good governance, and also good data systems as well. So water infrastructure asset management then supports the NDP vision for ensuring sustainability, affordability, and continuity of water services. But the problem that we are seeing with our municipalities as it pertains to the effective management of water infrastructure is that our municipalities do not have the necessary finances, so they're not collecting enough revenue. Also, we have a problem of non-revenue water when it comes to the finances of municipalities. There's a lot of political interference as well, administrative incapabilities as well. There's reactive maintenance, whereby municipalities only fix the infrastructure as and when it breaks, but there's no proactive maintenance of the infrastructure. There's also fragmented systems and poor coordination. and other problems as well. And so the preliminary findings for this paper is that weak state capacity is the root cause of the water challenges that we are facing as a country. We are seeing that there is a lot of institutional and technical weaknesses that our municipalities are faced with, whereby they are not able to plan accordingly and maintain the infrastructure so that at the end of the day, you and I have access to potable water. Also, financial and governance challenges are limiting our municipalities when it comes to their sustainability and accountability in water infrastructure asset management. And so, therefore, we need to strengthen our municipal systems, and this is key to operationalizing state capacity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And moving over to the business school, we will have Prof. Berkhuizen and Prof. Duplessis presenting on reimagining talent management in the fragile world, adaptive intelligence for Africa's sustainable future. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm in a very unenviable situation. For one, there were so many great presentations before me. I've got some very big shoes to fill. And secondly, it's just before lunchtime. I'm not going to look at the program director regarding lunch and eat and so on. But I promise I will keep in my time. So when I looked at the topic this year and the theme also for this research day, I was thinking in terms of how can we look in terms of talent management, how can we reimagine that again within the African context, and with that being said also, what are some of the intelligences that we can apply to move talent management research and also practice forward within the African context. Now, I'm looking at adaptive intelligences this afternoon, but I want to share something with you. So about 2 weeks ago, I heard for the first time about symbiotic intelligence. Now, for many of you might know that already. It's 5IR, more or less, and I thought, yo, are we going back to biology? It felt to me like I'm going back to school, you know, performance anxiety. So there are many intelligences out there, but let's see what we can do about adaptive intelligence. Okay. I think what is important, so my first encounter, of course, with Mother Africa, besides being born on the African continent, was when I was working as a global remuneration practitioner in an IT company from 2006 to 2008, many years ago. I still know what salaries you should be earning, okay? Just joking. So, and what was critically important is that we were working almost in 20 different African countries. And there you get a crash course in terms of what are really the things that you need to look at in terms of remuneration, but not only the tacit things, for example, money, you know, like, but also, you know, like customs, funerals, those type of things. It really matters. And then my second encounter, and this is music in the ears for any quantitative researcher, is that I had a student who did a study also in 20 different African countries in 2010, and we had 141,000 data. Isn't that brilliant? And it was really quite interesting also to see how the different countries in Africa differ in terms, again, of their remuneration practices and career development and so forth. Now, the bottom line is that, and you can see on this slide, is that we've done a lot of research in terms of South Africa on talent management. We've moved out, for example, a lot in Namibia as well, in Botswana, Zimbabwe. We made some U-turns there in the Congo and so on. And there you can see, for example, what are the antecedents of talent management: organizational culture, climate, leadership mindset, job demands, job resources, the list goes on. The intervening variables, for example, coping mechanisms, dispositional employability, engagement, I can go on. There are individual outcomes, your pathological diseases, burnout, retention, voluntary turnover. Also, for example, job satisfaction, life satisfaction, and then your organizational outcomes. Okay, so we've tested, we've tried it, we know that. But what is next? I mean, do we really understand, for example, what talent management means within the African context? And when I speak about Africa, I also speak and refer to South Africa. So what is critically important is that this seems very familiar to all of us. Context matters. The field of talent management is a lot being criticized for using westernized models and not keeping, for example, into consideration the unique African context and the customs. Now, all of you, for example, and some of my colleagues alluded to that, there are so many visions. 2030, 2045, and now 2063 is Hope for Africa. And of course, then on top of it, they also have the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, when we look in terms of the world that we're currently living in, Vukabani is going, it's past. We're living in a fragile world, a world that's fragmented, societal fragmentation, economical fragmentation, rapid changes, ambiguousness, geopolitical instability, lack of trust, ecological collapse. But before we get now completely and totally depressed, there is hope. So I'm quite fortunate to be married to a better half. Now, he's the qualitative researcher. He do the research propositions. I'm the straight shooter. I do the hypothesis. But somewhere in between, we meet one another. And we are busy working on a talent management book. And we are really looking at how should we, from a academic perspective, both research and also practitioner, take on new lenses when we're looking at talent management in Africa. And we've come up with a trifecta model or a triple helix model. So there are three components to it, and it's also been derived from theories and adjustments and so on. But the first thing, 10 minutes, okay, no, don't worry, I'm speeding up. I can go quicker. So the first thing is that we are human beings, okay? We are conscious. Simona, I can't forget what you showed yesterday. I really feel like that. But we are human beings. Doesn't matter whether we are from different countries within Africa or where we are. The director spoke about the European Union, what's going on there. We are humans. Are we conscious in terms of what is going on? Interpersonal, intrapersonal, the world of work and also in the talent management space is working towards self-directed teams, teams leading teams. I don't know if you've heard about the symphonic C-suite. It's not a Beethoven or a Mozart, but it's really how, like you see as the movements go to self-directed teams where they start managing themselves and also across borders and also across functions. And then lastly, of course, is your systemic systems. How do you, for example, the system keeps everything together from an interpersonal and also from a team-based perspective? And then we went further and we look at, for example, your value memes. All of us have values. All of us have different customs. If you look in terms of different African countries, also in terms of, for example, different individuals, there are different value systems that binds us together. And we've been looking, for example, at Graves and Beck, and he already developed it in the 1970s, and then there was one in 1996 coming out, in terms of different value memes that people develop as they transition through life and how they become conscious of life. So the first thing, and I'm really not going to give a lecture on this, but the first thing is about your survivalist. Okay, what if you feel in survival mode at the moment? It's not necessarily bad. Okay, nice to you. But how this works is that, to each of these 8 different value memes and how we, for example, also see our organization and our environment built upon one another. So you keep something that is good from the previous meme, or value, and then you grow, okay, through the different areas. So purple, for example, are tribalistic cultures. I'm going to very, very quickly. Your red, is the warriors, leadership dynamics, the fighters, and so on. Blue is more structural, and then you become towards goal environment, more humanistic as you move from orange to green, and so it goes on. What I want to illustrate with you, and we also developed a measurement tool for this, is that within different organizations, there are different types of cultures. It's not necessarily bad, to be in a survivalist culture, but we need to be conscious and we need to understand that, because that is going to indicate to us the maturity, for example, of different organizations and also within the African context in terms of when to implement what type of talent management practice. And then myself and my better half go, and we were very ambitious here. We built a bridge across the Victoria Falls. No, I'm just joking. What is critically important? I think all of us know the iceberg model of organizational culture. We said we're a bit tired of the iceberg because the ice is melting. So on the bottom, you cannot see it, okay? Are the intangible, those are the value memes that I've just, indicated to you. But that translates, for example, into what we see on the service level. For example, performance management, your attraction, your retention, your use of AI. Some of you also, I think the first presentation was about AI. So there's all the things that you can touch. That is dependent, for example, on those 8 value memes and how it progresses within the talent management space. And if you start from that starting point, that's also going to help to look at the more tangible things within the different organizational spaces. Now, I think what's critically important, and I'm challenging myself, I'm challenging other researchers and I'm challenging us as academics. We might not always have the resources, but we've got the brains, in terms of how we can take the research further, and how we can also make an impact in terms of that. We need to start changing our narrative. We need to start thinking, how do we talk about research? It was mentioned this morning in terms, of the panel discussion and so on, and how do we approach the African context? So the first thing is that, and I'm going to use metaphors. So storytelling is becoming so profound, and many of you are practicing it and so on. There was a time, it was here in the 2000s, where autoethnography research was quite paramount. In South Africa, and there was a bit of challenges with the methodological issues of that, but it's a very powerful tool, in terms of really uncovering talent management in workplaces, and then also in the academic space. When we look, for example, at the metaphor of the baobab tree, okay. So, and this morning the keynote speaker also said, we need to be patient, okay? Okay, when that roots go out, it goes deep. Okay, but we need to be patient. We need to understand the context. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. I'm going to hurry up. So the next one is about Ubuntu. We're woven together that cloth. Okay, so it's co-creation. And it's regenerative and it's relational, which many of you also spoke about it this morning. It's a relational approach in terms of how we, as different individuals and teams, work together within the workplace and to create that tapestry. The seeds. So people are the seeds. We need to nourish it, okay? So in what ground are we, putting it? How do we nourish our talent within the different contexts that we are in? Also, if you look in terms of the herd, your leadership, how do we navigate talent within the workplace? What type of leadership styles? There's no one-size-fits-all anymore. You can't talk about transactional, charismatic, or transformational. It's integral. You need to have something of each and even combine it with management these days. Very quickly, so this one is also, how do we translate knowledge? The wisdoms. We don't even measure wisdom. We talk about acumen, we talk about knowledge, skills, abilities, but what about wisdom? What about really learning about those real stories and customs, and all the success stories that came through the ages? The voice. Very important, beating that drum. So, for example, the communities, talent's got a voice, but what do we do with that voice? Don't silence the voice. Also important is that unity, very important. I've spoken about teams, like a herd of elephants, remember, learn from one another. Unity, critically important. And then also the delta is that working across, you spoke about inter-trans, I'm glad you didn't ask me those questions, but inter-transdisciplinary, okay, also in the organization, cross-functional, how do we work across the different boundaries with one another? And then the very last one is ignite the light. Youth, you will also know, for example, that by 2030, they predict that there should be around 3 million jobs that should be created, and that around solar, for example, within Africa. So there's a new thing about the African Union, and also for youth, there's a policy out on that, and then also the International Labour Organization. So solar, be able to work with that, those skill sets. So these are just some ideas, and then also in terms of what we can consider when going into the broader African context. I think what is important here is that, and we can do it, and I've on purpose put in the eagle, we can start soaring like eagles. We need to think newly about our research approaches. With that, I don't say there's anything wrong with it. Like it served the purpose, and I'm speaking of myself, I don't speak and I don't generalize to anyone else. But we need to start looking at getting deeper behind the meanings of talent and talent management, what are people's understanding of talent, and start listening and start co-creating that environment. And also, as researchers bring out that knowledge, for example, to global organizations that are functioning within the African context. Because you need to understand, otherwise it's not going to work. And then very lastly, so I remember it was in 1982, so Toto bring out that song Africa, I think all of you know that, and says, bless the rain in Africa. And then in 1984, the very first song of Band 8, where they were also at the fundraising for Africa, and there will be no snow in Africa this Christmas. I think my challenge today to myself and everyone sitting here, whether you're academic, whether you are from practice here today, is that we need to be the rainmakers. Because we've got the knowledge and we've got the experience and the practice. We need to go out there. There's nothing more beautiful than rain. I'm not going to talk about the lightning in Bloemfontein, but in any event, so we need to be the rainmakers. Go out there, go and cultivate, give hope. Really upskill. Look how, for example, we can invest within the broader Africa, because what you're seeing there is the future of Africa, and including our country. And rain and water gives life, and we need to give life to talent and talent management in Africa. And with that being said, that is my story. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our presenters and to everyone. This was our last presentation, but all I can say is I think from all the presentations that we have had, we can attest and say that it's quite inspiring to actually see how much all of this work that has been presented before us can connect knowledge to real-world impact. And I think we can actually say that when research is done with purpose, it can drive real change. So we just want to thank all our presenters for reminding us that when research is all about purpose and not only about publication. I think there's a common saying that says good research is like coffee. It takes time, it takes patience if you want to get the best results, sometimes even sleepless nights. And I think from all the work that has been presented here, we can safely say all the presenters are actually bringing something quite excellently. So can we just give all the presenters a round of applause again? All right, so we are well within our time, and at this point, I'm just going to take a few questions in case there are any people who might have any burning questions for any of the presenters. This is your chance. Any questions? Any questions, any comments from the presentations? Oh, we are hungry. Okay, we'll only eat after questions, so any questions? Okay. I don't see any questions. Going once, twice, done. All right. Okay, so because we're well within our time, before we go out, I'll just kindly ask the Dean and our two vice deans, as well as all the 15 students that presented yesterday, and all the MCs and the facilitators, if you can please come through for some photos here to the front, if we can be patient while that happens. Thank you. Can you wait patiently? Where do you want to go? All right. Okay, so, While we're doing that, can I just remind you of the QR code that is before you? Please vote for the best poster presentation and also for the first runner-up and the second runner-up, then also vote for the best social impact research. And then please take time to go through the posters as you vote, and also to network. Remember, Prof. Berger spoke about the bracelet must jingle, so I'm sure it's going to jingle more after all these presentations. Thank you. Yes. All right, so we can all go for our break and wait for lunch, and we should be back by 2:25 Central African Time. Thank you. Yeah. All right, sorry. Our lunch is going to be a bit shorter. It's going to be 30 minutes. There's been a slight change, so can we all be back by 1:45? It's going to be a 30 minutes break. It's 1:15. Let's all be back by 1:45. Thank you so much.
I sent you. Thank goodness I sent you.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues and guests. There's not a change in the program. Dr. Comfort and I will be conducting this session together, and she nominated me just to do the introduction. So welcome to the final session of the 2025 EMS Faculty Research Day. So throughout the day, we have been reminded that our faculty's research agenda is not just about the production of knowledge, but it is about shaping knowledge that transforms societies. The EMS faculty has committed itself to driving research that responds to South Africa's developmental challenges, that focus on sustainable development goals and aligns with the university's broader impact framework. So today's roundtable discussion focuses on transforming knowledge into action and driving sustainable development through collaboration. This theme speaks directly to the mission of the EMS faculty, and it invites us to reflect how our diverse disciplines, ranging from my favorite, accounting, right through to industrial psychology, and how we can work together to bridge the gap between academic insight and practical implementation. Now, Dr. Comfort will introduce our panel members, and then we can start engaging.
Thank you, Carla. So my job is actually an easy one. I'm going to call up our roundtable members, and Carla and I to do a bit of research just to see what the difference is between a panel discussion and a roundtable discussion. Panel, which we had earlier, usually questions are directed to a certain member of the panel. With a roundtable, it's open-ended, so anyone can answer. So as much as you may be in the hot seat on the stage, the spotlight won't necessarily be on only one member, but it is an open discussion. And then I'd also like to encourage everybody in the audience to engage with our esteemed guests as well. So I'm just going to call according to the program. Firstly, we have Mr. Olofse, then Ms. Leroux, Dr. Jacobs, Mr. Miori and Ms. Sono, and then Mr. De Toy. And if I'm not mistaken, one of our panelists may be late, Igna indicated, but he will join us as soon as he can. Right, so can we give him a round of applause, please? So you may have noticed that I did not indicate where you come from or introduce you. I just called your names because I'm going to take advantage of the power that I have and ask you to please introduce yourself, starting with you, Mr. Olofse, and just where you come from. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Comfort. Yes, my name is Chris Olofse, and I'm from the Office of the Premier, not the inner office. And I've worked in government, Free State government, for quite a while. Maybe also part of the furniture, but yes. So I'm responsible. I'm the acting chief director for policy and planning in Office of Premier, and we do provide then guidance to provincial departments and municipalities through our provincial department of COPTA. Thanks, Doc.
Thank you. I can also add, Mr. Olofse is my ex-boss. I also worked in the Premier's office. He was my boss at the stage. And his daughter, Volusia, was one of the presenters yesterday. So she's our master student. So yeah, we're keeping it in the family. Ms. Leroux?
Hello, it's Marietta Leroux. I'm the director of Childline Free State. We're responsible for child protection services, and we've got the 116 number for the Free State. It's a national number. Anywhere in Africa, when you phone 116, it's for children in need. So I hope all of you know the number and will share it with your loved ones, because you never know when you're going to need us. Yeah, and I must honestly say it was a challenge for me to incorporate these questions. So you can see I've got all my things here. So I'm not going to go free flow today. I'm going to look at what my notes is. But thank you for the opportunity.
So you have an advantage. You can jump at the question which you think is the easiest. You put your hand up first and then you answer that one. Okay. Thank you so much. Ms. Sono?
Question number 1.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Kidimone Sono. I'm from the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, SAICA. I am the head of financial reporting within the Standards Division, which is like a technical department that's member facing. We are responsible for advocacy on behalf of our members for technical resources and such. So yeah, I will look forward to this engagement. Just a disclaimer, I head financial reporting. There's a head of sustainability, so I hope I do justice to the topic today. Thank you.
Dr. Jacobs?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Jacobs. I'm a product of the University of the Free State. I work for the South African Revenue Services. We don't do simulations. We ask you for real money. All right. So I'm based at their head office in Pretoria, and I look after talent management in the organization.
Okay, thank you. You see, it was so much more fun having them introduce themselves, right? Yeah, a more personal touch. All right, so our topic today is quite a mouthful: transforming knowledge into action, driving sustainable development through collaboration. So I'm going to go with the first question. And it's not an exam, guys, it's just a discussion, so please relax. So firstly, how can universities and industry collaborate more effectively to ensure the research insights are implemented in ways that drive sustainable development?
Dr. Comfort, I'm just interrupting you there. Igna is throwing hand signals, so you can all think a little bit. Igna, you're saying that the voting is going to close. In 2 minutes, the voting for the student posters and the presentations are going to close, so it's an important announcement. So if you haven't voted yet, will you please do so now while we have our first answer? Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, so anyone want to take on the first question? Or anyone in the audience? Or I can do like I do with my students and choose the people I know. Chris, it will be you.
Thanks. Let me try and take the first bite of this big question that you're asking. Yes, I think the first thing is that you know, there must be this common ground. We've heard in the panel discussion quite insightful discussions on some of the issues and also from the presenters. But there's that common ground. We need to understand what is it exactly, and we need to, because we're coming from different environments. I think Prof. Turok has actually highlighted exactly where it is in terms of the what are the issues, what is the stumbling blocks. Because the different environments is serving already as a hindrance. And I'm not necessarily referring to government, academic institutions, but to any certain partnerships. So we need to find common ground. We need to redefine the rules for that specific collaboration. And I think the other aspect is, from our side, what we are looking at when we talk about collaboration. Collaboration is actually a big word, and it's dynamic, it is complex, it is more than just a simple word. So I think when we do this collaboration, we need to redefine some of the rules. So taking it even forward, I would say that what given from past experiences, what could assist is that, you know, when it comes to a new policy or a new program that we intend as an institution or as government or whoever wants to introduce. And you've identified your critical stakeholders to perhaps identify that small testing ground and see, is this going to work? What is the behavior behind it from the recipients? And do we need to fine-tune? So I think one of the previous speakers in the morning session was also saying, let's take it smaller bites. Yes, we can get impatient in terms of speed, but speed will not necessarily assist in this process. It's about the quality of the intervention that we actually want to drive at. But let me stop for now. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that also links up one of your earlier statements with what Professor Barkhuizen said, that the current way of doing research or the way that we used to is not necessarily working anymore. We need to change the narrative because society is changing, our needs are changing, so we need to change that. So thanks for that, Chris. I'm going to move on to my second question. What are the most pressing areas of sustainable development in Africa today where research to implementation is most urgently needed?
I'm going to take on this one. I'm going to explain it out of a childline perspective. And I think all of you will remember when COVID left, the president said there's a next pandemic coming up, and that is gender-based violence. And the challenge that we've got with gender-based violence is it comes from different ways. Maybe a little bit experience from the field is that people go and report at the police station, but then they go and withdraw the case again. When we start intervening, when we enter the house, nothing is wrong. Then we're all in the honeymoon phase, everything is going well. It's really a very difficult service to render. And I personally think that we definitely need to take hands with the academic people to research how are we going to help these people, because there's so many challenges that the victim experience. There's so many difficulties for a victim to step out. I think all of you think sometimes, why didn't she leave? Why is she still staying? Why is the children still with them? So we have to render this service, but we don't know what to do, because the world, the social media, is not working with us. And I think, like we heard, the information mist is all over. So I personally think that that's really a critical subject that we have to look at, and to help us in the field to do it better, because we don't succeed, definitely not.
Yeah, I think yesterday we had a presentation from one of the students about, which is, you may think is unrelated, but I had a bit of a light bulb moment now. He was investigating why small businesses don't last longer than 75% fail within 5 years. Looking at, what are the support programs that we get from government, is that enough? But then also looking at the mentality of the business owner. Does the business owner eventually get to a point where they just throw up their hands and they don't do anything extra? So there's also that victim mentality that you're talking about now from someone who has been a victim of gender-based violence. Initially, you're angry and want to do the right thing and punish your abuser, but afterwards you get all soft and probably the promises of things will change, and then they go and withdraw that. So there needs to be that research done also. What is the reason why these victims then change their decision? Because it definitely has an impact also on the administration that the police have to do. These cases coming in, initially starting an investigation, and then, just have to leave everything because it's been withdrawn. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay.
I just want to add something from a practical point of view. I think as practitioners, it's also for us important to say, how can we make it practical? So, and it's incumbent on organizations and public institutions and government, et cetera, to also look at those 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And it's interesting if you look at that and you sort of translate it to what's the need in your own organization, your own community. Link it to those and share it with partners like the university, other collaborators in the research process, and say, but we've got to demand a need for research around these areas. That drives towards achieving those sustainable goals, but it also make it practical to a large extent.
Thank you. Carla?
Okay, well, we've touched on a very big issue that I think everybody can at least not necessarily relate with, but I think they realize that that is a serious issue. And we can also look in our own fields what we use. We use SARS a lot. We use taxation a lot. So wherever it is something that touches you, I think there's an opportunity for research, and I think there's an opportunity for development. So my question is, how can partnerships between academia, government, and the private sector be strengthened to mobilize resources for implementing research-driven solutions? I am seeing you getting ready.
Yeah, I'll take that one. So I'll try and link it back to the very first one on collaboration as well. I believe collaboration should be designed in such a way that it solves the real life issues that we are faced with. In terms of what I'm meaning, for example, is currently we have the sustainability reporting frameworks that we are considering to implement within South Africa. So we have a situation whereby there is a capacity building issue. Organizations have resources, but they don't have the capacity. So how do we better partner with them? How do we have conversations that will build into such capacity building exercises? So we just need to consider, there is quite a lot of work that has been done. Even when I was reading some of the summaries there's quite a lot of good work that's being done, but how is it elevated to the different organizations? There's a mining research done there. How is it taken to mining regulators to say that these are some of the findings that we got? How do we sort of build from them? How do we elevate some of these findings, and how do we ensure that there is implementation beyond just the theoretical findings? There's quite a lot of these theories that we have seen here, whereby I'm wondering, do we take them and simplify them for business to actually take them and implement them into their policies as well? There's another great one that I was speaking to. I don't see the student. You could remind me of the topic, but it's quite a nice one around technology and its use within the, how the academia are now sort of loaded with technology and having to keep up. Such things, we do have the same issues, the workload over time and such things. How do we take it back to organizations and say that within your policies, are you building into these things? We have quite a great partnership that we have. I don't know if I can mention organization currently, with CRUTHAM, which is a research organization whereby we're trying to build capacity in terms of our sustainability products, where we've created snapshots whereby we highlighted, for example, the key developments and the key documents and legislation that is out there that organizations should start thinking about even prior to it being legislated, for example. Then also we bring in some of the organizations that have, jurisdictions that have sort of adopted then sort of fell back as to the reasons why, so that once we implement, once we say this is now a mandatory implementation, organizations have already went through the thought process of all those things. So honestly, I find that organizations have resources but barely have capacity, and universities most of the time have the capacity. So partner better in that way. Yeah.
I think that's a very important thing, and that's what we want to hear, because we have the desire, we've got the drive, we've got the KPI, but we don't always have the funding. So maybe as a follow-up question, For the rest of the panel, do you share that sentiment that there's resources but not necessarily capacity to utilize it? And then how do we access those resources? Because I think that's part of it, sitting here and saying, okay, we've now seen and heard there's an opportunity, there's resources, but where do we start actually accessing those resources?
Can you ask Chris the question?
Yes, how can we get more money?
So happy there's two Chris's. But I think from our perspective, and maybe it's more a public institution perspective, you know, often we'll put out to market via procurement process where you've got a particular need for something. And that can be scoped around, we 2-3 years ago had a need to deposit the capability or capacity to write case studies, you know, across various different, you know, interesting areas in the organization. Put out a tender, university responded, and they trained our people on case studies. And we're not adverse, and I don't think public institutions as a whole is adverse to MOUs. So put out there and say, we need capacity, we need resources, look at a formal way of, you know, formalizing it into an MOU. And that's a great way of collaborating. You know, the question is always, I always get this asked, so what's in it for you? It's got to be mutual, you know, so we gain something out of it, but, you know, perhaps for the university, it's an opportunity for these students to perhaps gather, get, you know, good experience or use the information, you know, as part of their research.
Thanks. Maybe just to add on to that, yes. I believe it's always important that we highlight some of the things that's already happened, although maybe small and so on, because and it's working and that we can build on. So let me put it in this context. So in terms of the provincial growth and development strategy, which is a long-term strategy, this we went and took a deliberate decision to say no, we're not taking a private sector consultant. It's not a consultancy type of a service that we want. We want one of our academic institutions to assist with this. So fortunately, Free State University, through the support of Center for Development Support, assisted us in that regard. So not a consultancy service, but a collaboration. So basically, just in a very short, common need. What was that about? And we at the university assembled a team, multidisciplinary. We also assembled a team from our side. We worked together on this, and yes, throughout the process. So you can say yes, like we can clap hands. The strategy was developed, but it is not where it ends. So now, within government, we need to take it to our higher levels for approvals and so on. And I must say that because we followed that approach, it is not a thing of it is a consultant's document or strategy or product. It's co-created, and the co-creation is not only, the beauty about it is not only about, it was the university and it was the Free State Provincial Government, Office of Premier, it was a lot of other stakeholders, be it from business, be it from civil society, be it from other sectors, interested groups and so on. So yes, it sounds small and so on, but I think it is something that we can build on and even do more of that. So currently what we're also looking at is in terms of local government innovation. We want to do something with the Free State University on that. And we are exploring ways of how best do we do it. I think we had a lot of input also in terms of municipalities, things are not going all right, how do we intervene? So I think ultimately so yes, there's a MOU in place between the Free State government and University of the Free State, but we need to make sure it gets traction even more in other fields. The university is very strong in a number of fields. So how do we then explore other areas as well? But I think critically for me is that common ground that we need to establish and agree upon and co-create not just collaborate, if that is the thanks.
I like the term co-create. I think that's an important concept to know and to mention. So now we're moving on from your resources to what is your institution's understanding of or policy with respect to sustainable development? Now everybody's looking at me. I think we can go to SAICA. I know SAICA's been doing a lot. I know about the sustainability framework. So maybe elaborate a bit on why there's such a drive from SAICA's perspective. I know from IFRS and the changes there, but why do we need it in South Africa? You want to hand her the mic? Thank you.
Thank you. So for us, I think we are looking at it from two perspectives, obviously internally as well as externally for our members. I think I have already mentioned in terms of the capacity building as well. So in terms of our policy, we've ensured that we integrate sustainability into our core strategy. And I think you would note this from some of our key deliverables in terms of how do we sort of look into this? From a perspective of some of the social element, for example, there is the Tutuga program, which we've partnered with a lot of the universities, whereby we try and transform the profession as well. And this is not only transforming the profession as well, but also empowering those students as well. Because most of the time, if you look at the Tutuga program and how it is from a empowering from people that are from impoverished backgrounds and that need that boost in terms of just ensuring that we take them from the dire situations that they're in most of the cases. So it's quite multifaceted in that way, that we see, for example, in terms of some of the issues that we have. I mean, the climate issues, there is quite a lot in terms of some of the environmental, the social as well. So there is quite a lot of key concepts that we can't ignore, honestly. There's the flooding that we've been seeing, the drought that we are hearing of as well. So it's us trying to address those concepts and ensuring that corporations are not only inward facing, but also outward, in the sense of how do they and what they do affect the environment around us, and how do they affect the societies in which they operate in as well. So for us, it's those things, and ensuring that we embed them within our members and also within our organizations as well, so that we can leave something for the future. I mean, I look at my kids running around. I think it's some of the simple concepts, and I think you've also mentioned it in terms of when you open an SME, for example, already there is something that you're solving for, and your immediate would be employing someone and such things. So it's some of those simple things that we are not aware that we are actually contributing to sustainability, and we've made it this big thing that is complex, and it's quite not. Like, if you take it and you simplify it, it's as simple as that. It's as simple as, what am I doing when I open an organization, and what am I doing to make sure that my kids are fine, and to make sure that they get to enjoy the things that I've enjoyed as well, the things like the biodiversity. I think there's quite a lot of conversations today that actually links nicely to what we are actually trying to do with sustainability and sustainability reporting as well. So it's just to ensure that organizations embed them in what they do, and they just embrace the fact that by virtue of your existence, there is something that you're solving for. Start with that, then build from there.
Take the mic back. So what I want to mention is that I don't speak on behalf of the organization, but I'll share my insights. So we're currently busy sort of reflecting on the last 7 years. And a lesson for us was pre-2019, we also went through sort of a crisis of integrity and capability. And it's when you're sort of challenged with that crisis that you've got to make a decision. And for us, the organization is very important in terms of sustainability because of the fiscus. So in the organization, we also drive this whole notion of higher purpose. We do what we do because ultimately it's got to impact the house being built or the person that cannot, look after themselves. That's why we do what we do. And we've since 2019, under the leadership of the Commissioner, infused a couple of things that I think demonstrates how you sort of implement that action. We said we've got to have a bias for action. But also what we do, got to have an evidence base, and it's got to be best practice. So there's a lot of work in terms of, well, before we just do something for the sake of doing, action it, let's have a look at best practice. Let's look at it, what's the evidence base, right? And that helps us to collaborate better, to say, have you done an audit accountancy? Have you done a simulation on e-filing? What works, what doesn't work? Because it helps us to sort of become more agile at what we implement and how we implement. And I think that's very important. It comes back to what the Prof said in terms of demand and supply. What's the crisis? What's the demand? So that we ensure we're sustainable at the end.
You are welcome to jump in. That's the difference between a roundtable discussion and a panel discussion. This is way more fun.
But now all of us is answering the one question. Yeah, but I think from our side, South Africa has got the best child legislation in the world. But still, we also have got the highest statistics with child abuse. So you can ask the question now, what's happening? You've got the policies, you've got everything, but why is it not changing? Why doesn't you see it in the community? What is the impact for it? So from our side, we constantly need evidence-based theoretical programs that need to change, because the children, the generations is changing constantly. So you can't use the same models that you used in 1980 for the current children. So we need to research on that. And we work very close with the social work department of the university so that they can continue uplift and refresh their therapeutical courses for the students, so that when they come to the practice that it's relevant to the current generations that we are working with.
Just before you continue, welcome, Dr. Leroux. We notified everybody that you're going to be a little bit late, and you can jump in at any point in time, like we've said. We're busy on asking, why is sustainability important within the institutions that you all represent here today, and what's your policy on sustainable development?
Thanks. Maybe just to put a different lens also on the issue of sustainability, I think in order to make sure that what you do is sustainable, you need to be a continuous learning organization. You need to look at new ways of doing things, because we are so tempted to say, I've done this in this particular way, there's nothing wrong in it, I continue. But there are better ways of doing things, and so on. So the innovation, constant learning is quite important. So are we doing the right things? And are we doing the right things right? That is constant things that we need to look at, and that is emphasizing the importance of what we are discussing the whole day, is in terms of this knowledge that we are creating and assisting organizations then to fulfill that learning environment and become make sure that we are sustainable and ensure that we are implementing sustainable programs. Yes. Thanks.
Now, I've seen, or you guys know, it's Christmas movie season. So the first Christmas movie I watched this year, the guy gives advice to the girl he's interested in. So it's actually a lot of love advice. But he said, if things aren't going the way you planned, the worst thing you can do is doing the same thing just harder. So sometimes you need to stop and make a 180 and go back and choose something new. We've got a question from the audience. I'm going to bring you the mic.
Thank you. I just wondered if each of the panelists could define what sustainability or sustainable development means in their context.
Okay, you all heard that. So in the context of your organization or institution you're representing, how would you define sustainability? Because we've heard different perspectives. It's actually a question I was also thinking about. So how would you define sustainability? It's a good question. That is the final year exam question.
Maybe I should fall in here. Firstly, I am a member of Council of the Universities, but I'm not representing the Council on this panel. Because I have to keep governance and operations separate, so I don't want to interfere in what's happening here.
Good principle.
For me, sustainability does not only mean that you can carry on doing things, and as you have rightly said, doing things right. It also means evaluating and making sure that are you fulfilling a need? Because, I mean, on the one hand, we have all these sustainable goals as defined by the United Nations, but they are, in essence, very theoretical and very academic. And I think even in our own university's context, we try to bring it into our Vision 130 and to say, where do we fulfill these goals? But are we really? I mean, it was mentioned this morning that by the previous panel, that we should look at how do we uplift society. And while that panel discussion was going on, I was thinking, especially in an academic context, developing research projects, should we not think immediately of, are we going to produce knowledge that is going to be published? But a secondary paper could be on how do we implement that in society. And maybe then a third thing, as our university is evolving, we need to look at commercialization and making something out of it. So I think all these things come to sustainability.
If I can go, I think for us it's a simple answer and a slightly more complex answer. The simple answer is close the tax gap. Make sure everything owed to the fiscus was paid. So on that point, I brought you some forms to complete afterwards. I'm just kidding. Don't run out. I'm kidding. But, you know, what drives sustainability, and that's the more complex answer, is to make it as easy as possible for either a trader or a taxpayer. Right? And that's slightly more complex. So we've got a compliance model in our organization that we drive to say that by education, by us knowing that you want to fulfill your obligations, that drives compliance. And of course, those that doesn't want to, you know, will go after, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of work in modernization, digitization, e-filing, simulations, you know, to make it as easy as possible for the taxpayer. But it's not always an easy answer.
I think from an NGO perspective, sustainability is the most difficult answer in a proposal. Because everybody expects from you, especially funders, that can you sustain yourself? But we have got a faith-based income and a real expenses. So from our side, sustainability first is finances so that we can render the service. Although the need is always there. The community always will need us. I think I always say to my staff, the day when I sit with my feet on the desk and I've got nothing to do, then I'm not on earth anymore. Because 110 years we do child protection. That's how long Childline is existing, child welfare is existing in the Free State. So for us, sustainability and sustainable development is very linked to finances, because we can't develop, you can't go forward if you don't have the finances, although we have to be there, doesn't matter what. So, like you also said, Prof, that research and make sure you do the right thing is also very important, because we work with human beings, we work with young children, and if we don't really know what we are doing, we can hurt them for life. So that's also part of sustainability, that we must always be updated with the new technology and make sure you give the right advice.
Yeah, thank you very much for the insights you've given to us. My question is, from your respective organizations, what competencies are you being intentional in developing your people so that they can translate the frameworks of sustainability you've talked about, the aspirations of sustainability that you've talked about, into practice? What competencies are you being intentional in developing your people to translate these aspirations into day-to-day reality in your organizations? Thank you.
So if Chris can answer that.
Chris can answer. Eddie Chris.
In our organization, the simple answer is range, the way that David Epstein means it. I was actually having a conversation with an executive yesterday that said, you know, the difference in his mind between sort of a manager or a leader is a mile range and sort of a, you know, inch deep by way of expertise, and vice versa, what we do from a specialization point of view, mile deep, sort of inch wide. And our organization, what we want to do is the mile by the mile. And the reason for that is because AI, for instance, automates so much in the organization. Things like digitization automate so much. In the past, we used to have big teams just scanning all of the checks and documentation coming in. Today, you don't have that anymore. We don't know what tomorrow is going to look like. So it's quite important to build that range in the organization so we can transition people, you know, we need it to drive sustainability.
Maybe just to, broadly speaking, so from a governance perspective, you would typically have your policy strategists. So there's this need. What are we going to do about it? What program are we going to put in place? And then you would have your management in terms of not necessarily project management, but management in terms of, so yes, you've identified that need, you've identified the policy, but how are we going to do it? And then I think the third broad skill level is really about technical implementation. So there might be here and there that there's an imbalance, and that is why you find maybe that certain things doesn't progress as intended. But this is the three key broad categories, if you can look at it. Probably in any organization, I would say.
You don't have to. If you don't have, I can continue with the next question. But if there's another answer, okay, so I can move on to the next question. Good. All right. So I see the two Chris's are on a roll here. You remind me of that rap group, Criss Cross. You know, if you guys are considering doing something for extra money, you may consider rapping together. So yeah, we've had quite a few discussions on what the barriers are to getting, I mean, I think we can all agree that the knowledge is there. The knowledge is being shared by institutions like we've been sharing it. We also heard from Prof. Turok this morning that sometimes that knowledge is not well received and you do get pushback from the stakeholders, and that's a reality, and that's one of the barriers. We've spoken about the barriers, and Chris also alluded to how he has tried to overcome these barriers and initiate new changes to get proper research done for government specifically. Dr. De Tooy, I'm going to direct it at you, not because you were late. That's what I usually do with my students, but just because I think this question is more suited for you. What institutional changes, so in other words, incentives, funding models, or postgraduate training are needed within universities to reward collaboration, because that's a word that we've been hearing a lot the last 2 days as well, and real world impact. So the research that we do, and you mentioned it as well, is it going out into society rather than just publication output, which is a buzzword at the university as well?
Yeah, thank you. The one thing, I mean, in a previous life at this university, I used to be the chair of the alumni and president of convocation, so I had lots of interaction with alumni and the convocants. And one of the things that we, at the time, spoke a lot about was really getting academia to the real world. And luckily, the previous vice-chancellor got on board with this and drove it as well. Also because he came from industry and had a strong background in that as well. So what was also discussed this morning is that on the one hand, academics like to do things on their own, and whether we go interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary or whatever, the main thing is you have to know what is needed. And the only multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary mirror you will have is actually industry, the real practice. So they will give you an indication on what is needed. And especially when it goes transdisciplinary, and let's take the medical sphere as an example. Our students are being taught plain medicine. Yes, they have some scientific background in certain fields, but it has come out a lot, especially with our engagements with alumni, that many doctors cannot communicate. They do not have proper empathy with their students or with their patients. They cannot run a practice. So, especially now that we are maybe redesigning our medical curriculum, it is maybe time to bring in communication science. It is time to bring language. It is time to bring psychology. It's time to bring economics. This faculty can play a huge role in developing maybe a better doctor. And that is only one example. We can go in the sciences, we can go even in theology if we really need to. So getting back to reward, eventually, I mean, I don't even have to go through the whole Maslow pyramid, but eventually a person needs to feel needed and wanted. And whether that's a researcher or whether that's the institution itself, eventually there could be some financial gain, there could be this achievement thing, but also you want to be seen as recognized. And how we do that, that's a whole different discussion, I think. But there are some academics who only want to go to conferences. Others want to maybe have some lists of publications behind their name, being recognized as a well-established researcher. Others want maybe to go into the more commercial side. Eventually we need to find, as a university, a balance between this. And maybe the one-size-fits-all does not really fit everybody. Maybe, especially in departments, some people are good teachers, some are good researchers, some are maybe good in actors. I think the balance should eventually come on how do you strengthen your department, your faculty, the university, by looking at all the talents that the staff members, not academic only, the support staff as well, all of them together to eventually make this university great.
Yeah, I think also just to add on to what you're saying, and I think you'll agree with me if I say that the research potential, we've got it at the university, we've got the drive to want to do the research. I think it has to also be said from a researcher point of view that sometimes the red tape also holds us back. You know, you want to collaborate, you want to get involved in partnerships and research projects, but at the institution, the red tape sometimes just bogs you down. And can actually discourage you from then pursuing a particular project. I'm saying that to you because I know you sit on the council, so maybe you'll say something on our behalf. Anyone else? Okay. I don't know if Chris wanted to add something. No, Chris is good.
Thank you very much for raising a hot topic, according to me, of sustainability, transforming and empowering students through innovation, and also highlighting that you're having impact. So I was actually wondering, what type of impact is it? How is it measured and evaluated? And what can we say going forward? And what plans can we think of as you move forward? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So let's say from government perspective, you're referring to impact. Yes, as government, we do value that because otherwise we would not introduce it in programs and projects and so on. So impact is equal to that long-term vision that you are seeing in terms of you want to, let's say for argument's sake, halve poverty. So yes, we will typically introduce
someone who is going to shake their hands and also get the prizes, to give them the prizes. Yes. So.
All right, so what we're going to do now is we're first going to just present each and every one of the students that did present will get a gift bag. So you can't say we're cheap. Each of you are going to get something. All right, so if Katie,
please mount this podium, okay?
For the photos, and then as Katie is mentioning or calling out the names, if you can just stand up and come to the front and get a gift. And thereafter, we will then call for the winners. Thank you.
So because of time, I think if the students wouldn't mind, starting with the public management, if you can just line up here, Department of Public Management. After that, I've got Department of Economics. Can the students who presented yesterday, all who are present, please come forward. CDS, Industrial Psychology, Business Management, Accounting, and the Business School. So Public Admin, all our presenters, student presenters. Okay, thank you very much. Public Admin, then Economics, then CDS, Industrial Psychology, Business Management, Accounting, and the Business School. Okay, so we start with Miss Fate. Okay. Long walk to freedom, ne? Okay. Please give her a warm round of applause. Thank you and congratulations. Okay, Ms. Mbewu. Okay, not around. We move on to economics. Pilokazi. Mkungeka. And then Chidima Philip. Just wait. No, just don't be in the picture. Okay, yeah. Okay, Valencia, all of CM. Mr. Modlokeloa, your name? Mr. Chatindiara, next. Mr. Sibeko. Yes. Good job. Mr. Pretorius. Okay, Van Rooyen, Ms. Van Rooyen. Then for business management also, Ms. Mutabe. Then accounting, Dr. Sean Watson. Mr. Mills. And finally, the business school, Mr. Kozwayo. And Mr. Sinra. We saved the best for last. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the very important part for announcing the winners for the posters. So thank you all for the voting. We really appreciate that. So we'll first of all start with announcing the winners. I think it's going to come up on the screen. The best research for social impact goes to okay, best. So you get a certificate, and for your prize, you need to go to the, please could you, to Prof. Nene to give it to you. So you have to go to the office of the dean to receive it. Okay? So after that, we move on to the poster, the second runner-up. So the winner for the second runner-up, oh, I'm sorry, I had to mention that the value for the social impact poster was a value of 1,500 rands. Now for the poster for the second runner-up for value of 1,000 rand goes to Pilokas, it's you again. And then the poster for the first runner-up, a tune of 1,500 rands, goes to Ms. Kaylee Van Rooyen from Business Management. And lastly, the best overall poster winner to a tune of 2,000 rand goes to Ms. Valencia Olofsie from that's So well done to all our student presenters. We are very proud of you, and thank you for all that research that you did, and also congratulations to the to all your supervisors also who have worked so hard. Okay, Ronald, over to you to give the presentations to all our MCs.
All right, so thank you to all of the MCs that presented today, or kept the flow. I think they were thrown into the deep end. They are academia and lecturers, and suddenly they had to MC, so well done. And we do want to just say thank you to each one of them. So first of all, Dr. Ambrose Duplessis, you did a stunning job of managing the day. Dr. Hilary Bama, Prof. Nwozu, Dr. Ruzungunde, Dr. Kamfer, Dr. Carla Sarfontein, and yes, then also all the external stakeholders. We know that you have busy lives. We know that you took a big part of your day to be here today, and we do appreciate that. So to all of them, Mr. Chris Ulofse, Mrs. Marita Leroux, Dr. Chris Jacobs, Ms. Kribone Sono, Dr. Peter de Toy, Ms. Marius Volskink, Mr. Rian Mabuta, Ms. Ula Bucheng, Motse, and then also to Sivus, thank you for helping us collaborating all the data so that we could choose our winners. Thank you very much for that. And then we will also give them a gift, Igna, to all of these stakeholders. The gift for the stakeholders.
Oh, you want for the, maybe we start with the MCs.
Yeah,
Zambra's still here.
Yeah, are any of the MCs still here? If they can just come to the front. If you can just come and collect a gift. Can we ask all the MCs maybe at one shot? I'm busy with the MC, so I cannot go up there.
We have to go up there.
Thank you.
You're going to take a big step. I'll help you. To take a big step. Yes. That's nice. You've got a strong grip. Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna keep on the shortest. All right, and then also. All right, and all the stakeholders, the external stakeholders that we've just mentioned, if you can perhaps also come to the front so that you can also come and collect a gift and for a photo. The names that I've just read.
Looks like a baseball bat.
Okay, here.
Our next round of gifts will go to our panelists. If I look around, I'm not so sure how many of our panelists we still have. Dr. Combrick? Oh, okay, he's still here. Yes, please come forward. I think the rest of our panelists, but we'll still recognize them. Professor Chassis, Professor Kikozi Male, Dr. Jacques Maritz. Okay. Oh, Dr. Combrick is like, you've got the stage all to yourself. And then, of course, other internal stakeholders which we're attending today is Dr. Taylor, also still here. And so
yeah, he's left.
Yeah, Combrick, you're the only one who had the stage to yourself. Well done.
All right, and then a day like today would not be possible without our sponsors. And I'm going to mention them, and if we could just please really give a big round of applause afterwards, because it does take a lot of time, effort, and money to do this. So first of all, our sponsors, thank you to the UFS Business School. Then also to each and every department for your presentations. You spent time on them, so thank you for that. And then also, the food was delicious, so thank Henriette von Eck and her team from Simply Tasty. So remember that name, Simply Tasty, for her refreshments. Thank you. Then Evert Kleinans and the Roystoel Team Productions. Thank you very much to them. Team Hubert from Creative Kilowatts, thank you. Thank you, Hubert. Gavin, a live stream without you will not be possible. Thank you, Gavin, from ICT. Sivu, I did mention it just now, but you're a star with the stats and getting all the data together. Without you, they would not have been winners. Thank you. And then Drape Ink for all the draping that you see, and it does make a big difference on creating warmth in a place like this. So thank you very much to Drape Ink for the draping. Then Stephen Collett, I think he's already a well-known face on campus, but thank you, Stephen Collett from DigiPix. I think he already left, but let's give him a round of applause. Just two more, Mr. Tutetsi from Communication and Marketing, thank you so much. And then last but not least, Francis Molua from the Centenary Complex. Thank you so very, very much.
And our thanks also would not be complete without actually thanking the people that actually put all of this together, the people that worked behind the scenes, and probably some sleepless nights. I know that their sleep would be very sweet today. They're going to sleep very well. So we just want to say a huge and big thank you to all the students from Commercio who assisted with the setup, the banners, the running around, the EMS research task team members, especially those of them from Professor Nene's office, the people behind the scenes, people who did with dedicated work, the detailed organization, effective delivery to make today possible. So we say a huge and big thank you to Igna, to Penrose, to KG, to Sivu, everyone in Professor Nene's office for putting all of this together. So please, could we put a big round of applause, give that to them. And also, Prof. Nene, thank you also for the day. And so we also thank all of you, each of our colleagues, every colleague who also presented. Thank you so much. And everyone who is present here for your time, especially yesterday and today. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much.
All right, and then we call to the stage Prof. Nene, the lady that put all of this together. Thank you, Prof. Nene.
Thank you so much, guys. I think I'm going to stand here. It's fine, I'll stand here. So, good afternoon, colleagues, once more. I think what a day it's been. When I look back from yesterday and today, and perhaps I want to begin with the students. Were you inspired? The students on the platform, were you inspired? Did you learn anything? When we had the research day last year, the very first one the faculty has ever had, I could hear the students say, but where are we in the picture? So this year we decided that we begin with the students. And perhaps you're asking, why the students? I think there are reasons for why we exist. If anything, or any reason why we are here is because of the students. So yesterday we had an opportunity of seeing how these young minds, brilliant minds do research and how they transform all those ideas into impact. And I think, and like I mentioned yesterday, often we see the students when they come to the departments to present, and perhaps sometimes we say, not good enough. Your problem is not well articulated. What is the contributions to the study? We ask all of that. Or they come to my research committee and then I say, no, you need to come for round 2. And it's not good enough. But yesterday was an opportunity to just reflect from a supervisor's perspective to see the students you've been grooming for the last few years, how much they've grown, how much they've taken ownership of their own research, and how much they've made it your own. More importantly, how much they're planning to change the world. So I think when we got the reflections from the students yesterday, I think it was time for us to see that it's just not about getting a degree. It's about making a difference. I think that really came across yesterday, and I think you can agree with me, especially during the reflections. You could see that they could really move beyond saying, I'm just doing this to get a master's degree or a PhD, into how I see it translate into my day-to-day life. So I really want us to put our hands together to really thank the students so much for taking ownership of their work and really for trying to say we are making a difference and we are part of the change. So to the students, I think many of them are here, and those on the platform, thank you so much for really taking out two days of your time to be part of this event. And then I'm reflecting on the supervisors and all of us here as academics here today to say that with everything we've heard from the keynote this morning, you reflect to think about there are different types of impact. What type of impact do I want to create and make? And I think you also begin to think about, do I need to work in silos? To what extent do I bring in someone to do my research? Where is the contribution line? Is it within my discipline, or is it within multiple disciplines? How do I get in different stakeholders to come and fit my research problem? I think it's a question that we always struggle with, to say, at what point in time do I bring everyone? And then we have one end, you need to publish or perish, versus creating an impact. I think we all struggle with that. So, but today I think we got a chance to listen from multiple perspectives to say, how do I begin thinking about multi-trans and interdisciplinary research, and perhaps relevance within your own discipline. And then that speaks to what our new Vice Chancellor and Principal has been talking about. She has a drive for transdisciplinary research. You move beyond the academia, you get in the external stakeholders. So today we got an opportunity of listening from our peers around the campus, telling us what to do and how to do it. So I'm hoping that we as a faculty, we are going to take this forward to say, as much as I want to publish, can I not just do it in silos? Where can we pull our resources together to ensure that we create and make a difference? Because everyone talks about the wicked problems that speaks to the grand challenges of poverty, inequality, climate change, among others. And it requires different perspectives to unearth that problem. So it means that your voice has to be heard, but you need a collective voice to hear the problem. So this is perhaps a call for us colleagues to say that there's so much we've been doing. And really, from our colleagues who presented today, it was very insightful to see the work they do besides presenting classes. Look at the research that goes behind the scenes. So I want us to take a moment and also just give a warm round of applause to our colleagues, for everyone who presented today. Thank you so much. And to our stakeholders, I know that you're taking out one day to sit here. I know you have a lot of work. So firstly, we appreciate you, we see you. And again, we also had the chance today to listen to your perspective in terms of how can we foster collaborations. And I think there's a lot of insights that we got from today's conversations. There are different measures of what impact will look like within different organizations. So I think it's time that we think beyond the organization, but think about the community. Because I think at the end of the day, we're looking at everything we do. How does it change the person on the street's life? More importantly, how do we communicate what we do to the community? I think that's also an issue that often we don't think about as researchers. We write all of these nice papers, it stays in an academic journal, but how do you translate that? How do you tell the man on the street to say this is the relevance of what I'm doing and how I'm doing it? So I think there is a call now, and I want to build on what Hercules presented. There's a whole drive now on open science. You need to be very transparent about your data analysis, your methods, how you arrived at it. People just don't want to see the outcome or what you found, but they also want to see how did you go about getting the answers to that question. So there is a big drive. So this is an encouragement to say that we need to start looking at platforms where we could share our research. Like Prof. Ivan Turuk said this morning, you need to think about platforms to share that research. You might think it will never reach the relevant audience, but one day, like he mentioned, it would get to the right person. And then you begin to see the change that you need. So we also as researchers, we have to now move beyond publishing, but how do I make it visible? How do I communicate it to the layman on the street? I think that is where now we could also bridge the gap between the industry and the academia, and trying to also foster the change that we want to see. So colleagues, I really want to thank you all for really taking out your time for these 2 days to be part of this event. I think it's very much appreciated. The dean left, and I think he left me to say I should really thank the stakeholders, I should thank the colleagues, I should thank the students for dedicating their time to be part of this event. So I think at the back of your mind, you're asking, what are we looking at next year? And that is going to be a surprise, but I can tell you that we take your feedback to heart and we listen to everything you say. So next year, I think we're going to build on what we've left this year, so you really can prepare yourself to come next year for something bigger and better than what you've seen today. And to our Kwakwa colleagues who are leaving, I just want to wish them a safe travel back to Kwakwa. Thank you so much for coming, and also to our stakeholders, may you also travel safely. So everyone, may you have yourself a blessed evening. Should I say it? So just an announcement from ITNA side, the students, you're allowed to take your posters with you. Thank you so much, colleagues. The event has come to a close.